This meme is very real. Hey, what's going on? It's nice to see you all. Hope you all are chilling, vibing. Welcome back to another epic and fun meme stream.
Wario
Oh lord. Oh please. I'm closing things. Hi, hello. Hello. We got some gray names in here. Oh, that's a fantastic thing. We got some white names. Hey Shark, great to hear you again. Great to have you back. Great to have you back. Sorry, there was to explain. Oh, this is a little loud. There we go. To explain the little hiatus as well. And not only was I kind of thinking about what I wanted to do in terms of content,
Shark, hog,
but also researching those things specifically, and then on top of that, editor Argo got sick. She got COVID, and so it was even harder to get things out because, you know, she was just super sick and everything. And I decided it'd be the best to like just take some time if that's going to be the case. If, you know, half the workforce is going to be sick, and the other half doesn't even know what to, you know, make or record or anything, I was like, I guess I might as well just like take a second to chill out for a little bit, get my bearings on everything, and then come back when we do. And so I think I'm close enough to being there. I want to do some research tonight, look at a couple of things. So we're going to be doing like a couple segments, a little this and that, a little here and there, a little to and fro even. But yeah, and then look into some things too. I was thinking it could be nice to look into some things on stream. I usually do it off stream, but I feel like on stream could be fun. I've been seeing a lot of people say they would kind of like it to be on stream sometimes. Just watching us do that type of stuff. Little some. You all enjoy your y'all enjoy your Thanksgiving? Y'all be having fun in your Thanksgiving? Ooh, let me I go on. Also, Tyrannics, thanks for the thank you for the 14 months in a row of being a part of the frenzy, being incredibly pog. Thank you. 14 months. 14. That's my Australian my Australian imitation. Anyways, oh wait, you know that I'm thinking about it, because I opened my tablet because I use it as a makeshift stream deck, and it opened up to Shonen Jump. I was wondering, did Kagurabachi come out with a new chapter? I know some of you all were like, last time I talked about Kagurabachi, do you all remember what I said? Remember when I said when we talked about Kagurabachi last? I said it may firmly land its place in the mid category and may never return from it. I will tell you this now. It's slowly climbing its way back out of being mid, but it's still mid at the moment. I think for the first 10 chapters in, I think 10 chapters in, well, 9 chapters in. 9 chapters in, I think it's finally started to get a hold of what it wants to be and is no longer putting out simply mid chapters. Now they're kind of interesting. I think it, and am I gonna be honest with you? It took a while. It took a while to get here. I think a lot of people are gonna drop this manga well before 9 chapters. But I don't know, we'll just see. We'll see what happens. I cleaned my house for Thanksgiving. I'm still cleaning right now. Oh no. That's the part that sucks about Thanksgiving, is when you have to clean your whole house because you don't want to be embarrassed about people coming over and seeing your dirty, filthy living conditions. And then like at the end, they leave your living conditions dirty and filthy, and then they simply just leave. And then you have to clean again. It's craziness, don't you think? Eats my food, poops in my toilet, does not elaborate, leaves. That's family for you. Crazy stuff altogether. My sister was being unironically anti-Semitic when we were talking about Israel-Palestine. I wanted to go down the slide. You went the sewer slide. Wait, what happened? What was she saying? Did you see that water just hit me? Where'd it come from? What the heck? Sisters can't live with them. I don't know. My sister's doing homework right now in the living room, and I made her a creme brulee. Well, I flamed her a creme brulee. I already made them. She said it was tasty. That's basically all that's going on with me around here. Watch stream reach. Yo, Nox. Well, let's go. Well, like, yeah, let's go, Nox. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I didn't know they had streaks now. Like when you show up and say something in chat, they put you on a streak. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine with some frogs here, like what type of streak they'd be on right now? That is wild. Because I know a lot of you don't always show up. Like you're always here, man. A creme brulee. Yeah, creme brulee. I made them again for Thanksgiving. They were for they were because I thought we needed more. Well, my mom asked me to make them for like a dessert, and then I realized that I don't know, everybody brought a dessert, and then we then realized that we had way too many desserts because we had an apple pie, a pumpkin pie, a cheesecake, and then also the creme brulee I made, and it's just like I looked around after we were done, and I'm like, are you serious? Why do we have so many desserts? Why is it oops all dessert? Why is everything a dessert here? Like I like sweets just like the next guy, but at this rate, the next guy is going to have to pitch in to eat all this because who's eating this? Half y'all in here have blood sugar problems. Why is there why are there so many desserts? I'm sorry. Don't you look at me like that. You know it's true. Some of these people be like 55 and be like, hey, can I get a pumpkin pie slice and a creme brulee and and a sweet potato pie slice and a cheesecake slice, and I'm like, bro, you don't need all these slices of things. You know what I mean? You keep this up, a doctor's gonna have to slice into you, give you like a bypass or something, man. I'm just like, just watch yourself. That's all I'm saying, is take care of yourself. Yeah, like 1/3 of you in here is diabetic. I love you all so much. I love you to death, but this is too many sweets. Hello, Mr. Shark. Hello, Peanut. Yo, also, Megcore Goats, thank you so much for the 70 months. Thank you for the 70 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Diabetic checking in. Type 1 though. Ah, okay. You were born with a debuff. You ever think about how some like mental conditions and physical conditions, they can just basically be chalked up as a debuff? I would personally 100% say that ADHD is a form of tick damage. And you may be like, why would you consider it a form of tick damage? And the reason why it's a form of tick damage specifically is because it's always there and active. And the big thing about it is that it's just like, it doesn't affect you 100% at like the entirety of your life. You know what I mean? It's like, it's bits and pieces, you know? First, it's that you forget to clean the bathroom and you forget people's names and like the dates of important events. So that's like a whole thing, right? It's hard for you to focus. That's the tick damage over time that you'll never get to. It's like compound interest of problems. Like it piles up over time. It's not something that you don't take one tick of damage and you're like, oh no, oof, ow, ouch, my entire life. You take like over time, it starts to be like, I really wish I had like 50 life points back. It's one of those things. I really wish I could get anything done. It's one of those things, you know? And then there's so many things don't get done that then it piles up to be like a lot of damage. Motherfuckers went to the DPS builds. Tyrannex, thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. really wish I had my 5 years back. Inability to sense time debuff. That is true. That is true. I have like a lot of clocks on me, and the reason is because like I'll completely lose track of time. It won't be good. Stack overflow. Yeah, it builds on itself. It's one of those types of things. They're playing the dementia song. Could be fun. But I've been chilling out. I don't know, last time you saw me, I was not an owner of a fish tank, but now that I'm here, I am now an owner of a fish tank. I have a fish tank now. Yo, take a look at this thing. Take a look at this thing that I put together over the last little bit. So it's pretty cool, I can't lie. It's pretty sick, honestly. Whoa, not bad. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I see I have like a mystery snail here. This tank is full of not much. It's like little bugs, little guys, microscopic guys. There's some like you know, you can see them with your naked eye, but they're quite small guys in there. Snails, and 2 ghost shrimp. Now it used to be 5 ghost shrimp, but I don't want to talk about what happened to 2 of them. The third one I was moving out of the tank because I had to clean some stuff, and instead of going into the cup of water that I had prepared for him out of the tank water so he wouldn't be shocked by getting into new water, he decided to flip out of the cup and somewhere in my room, and then flipped again and disappeared, and I have not been able to find his corpse because I know he's dead. And so I only have 2 ghost shrimp, but they're kind of chilling. They're kind of chilling, I can't lie. He's free now. He's in the great aquarium in the sky. That's I couldn't find him. I'm going to tell you now. I searched for. I'm going to tell you now. It's like the inverse of like the Titan, Titanic submersible. You know what I mean? It was actually kind of like the inverse of it. You know how I had a feeling that they were probably dead. That it was probably dead. But like the second I realized something was wrong, I went searching for it. And I'm like, I have to find him. I still have a chance to find him. But the longer it took for me to find him, the more I was like, the likelihood of me finding not him, but the corpse of him is going up dramatically. And at some point I thought I heard a flip, but then, you know, when they were like, we think we hear knocking, I thought I heard more like flips and flaps on the ground, but it was, and I tried to search for it, but I couldn't find it. And after a while, I had to give up the search, and I was like, this guy, it's over. I don't want to say that it's over, but it's actually kind of over. And so at some point I gave up the search, and I was like, he's not gonna make it. He's really not gonna make it. Poor Shrimpy. Rest in peace, you were a real one, little one. So yeah, that wasn't great. But you know, it's, you know, it happens when you own small invertebrate creatures. But yeah, the aquarium's super fun. It's super nice. What I was really going for is kind of like a cross section of a riverbed type thing, and I think I kind of got it. Like I could 100% see this being just like a little slice of a riverbed out there somewhere out there. And so it's pretty cool. And it's a no filter tank. It's a low tech tank. So it's in my windowsill. The only thing that's in here is a heater to keep it slightly warmer. For some of the animals and the plants, and a light, and that's it. No filter. No nothing really. Every once in a while, I'll take my like tongs that I have in there to move stuff around. I just like stir it up a little bit to have things not be, you know, super stagnant all the time. And I just chill. Looks very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I've been staring at it a lot. It's been great for staring. I'm going to tell you now. The staring potential of this thing it's through the roof. The one guy you know, thanks for the 7 months in a row remaining a part of the frenzy. Tiny little boys. There are a lot of tiny little boys in here. I recently got a little bag of bacteria microfauna. It's called Bag of Bugs, and it's a bag full of small river bugs. And the point of them are they're supposed to like eat poop and then poop, so that something smaller than them eats their poop, and then they poop, and then the plants eat that poop, and then they make oxygen, and they help suck some of the poop out of the tank as well. It's pretty cool. Do you plan to put a fish in it eventually? I want to let it do its thing. I want to see if the tank crashes or something, which would be very sad. But with how many plants I have in there, I don't think it will. But I'm gonna just be keeping an eye on it for a while, and I want it to go for at least a month, to see if it'll hold up. It's been here for like about a week, and it's only been clearing up and looking better, honestly. So if everything works well, I plan to put probably like 2 of the smallest nano fish I could possibly find, like some really small tetra or something, like something really, really, really small. That's my plan. I see. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. It's pretty nice. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's great staring potential. Super fun, just really pretty, like no work. It's like no work. Non-conditional staring, unconditional, forever staring. It's so good. Anyways, it feels great. It feels nice and fantastic. Do you all have a good Thanksgiving? What do you guys do anything fun for Thanksgiving? Me and the girlie went to Kroger. Okay, listen, I have a little story. I have something. As you can see here, some of you may know that I do like to cook. But as you can see here in this picture, I'm holding a pre-cooked turkey. And you may be thinking to yourself, Shark, if you love to cook so much, why do you have a pre-cooked turkey? Wouldn't you just cook the turkey? I gotta talk about something really quick, okay? It's very sad. There's something, first time that this has ever happened to me, there was a problem with the turkey. It was inedible. It couldn't have been eaten. All right. It was pretty bad. All right. So listen. What happened is that, was it a fake turkey? Yeah, the turkey was sent by the CAA to crash my family. A rotten turkey. Yeah, kind of. So anyways, the turkey, I think it was thawed out too quickly. Well, I think it was thawed out too early, because it was thawed out like Tuesday or something. It was thawed out pretty early. All right. After that, I set it to brine for a day. Okay. It was in and out of the refrigerator. I set it to brine out for a day. I got back and I was looking at it and I'm like, there's something wrong with the turkey water that it was in, like the brining liquid that it was in. And I lifted it out, and after the water was agitated, a funk started to permeate the entirety of the kitchen. A stink that I think would probably be what I would say indescribable. Something that you would imagine that you would smell as you came across the Lovecraftian horror. It was the type of odor. It was with a pungency that kind of ripped into your soul. What do you think, babe? Ammonia, she says. Corpse smell? Yeah, kind of like a corpse smell, but honestly a little worse. It was did you real fun? Yeah, it was pretty bad. All right, and this is at like 6 a.m. because I wanted to get everything kind of started early because if it yeah like I wanted to get everything to get started early so we can chill out in the afternoon and just start throwing stuff in and out of the oven, and then bada bing, bada boom, everything's donezo, right? And we could just eat. It didn't work out that way. So at 6 a.m. I'm I'm like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get out of this. I washed the turkey because I'm like, maybe it's just on it and I could just wash it. And I'm like, I don't, but no, the stink remained. And no matter how many times I washed it, the stink would always come back and then begin to get worse. I didn't literally wash it with soap and water. Like you wash it as in like with your hands, you rub it down. And I was like in the sink. It was on the inside. It was on the inside too. Yeah, I tried to wash the inside, the outside. I was like, this is terrible. I go to the water that it was in and I start to like dump it out into the sink as well. And the bacteria, yeah. And there was something dark at the bottom of the brining liquid. And I have no clue what it was. I didn't want to look at it for that long because after I poured it, the stink actually got worse. It started to, the stink got worse. It was actually way worse. The second I got down to the solid bits at the bottom, gags. Yeah, it was nasty. It was nasty. It's like, I don't know, man. It was like the type of smell that you would imagine after like a small forest creature from a German fairy tale was about to catch you for not eating your broccoli. You know what I mean? Like that's where he would drag you down to that place. I'd gag. I didn't have time to gag. I was the one who was supposed to handle the turkey. So I'm like, so I'm embarrassed and I'm freaking out. I'm like, I don't know what I listen, I don't know what I can do. I don't know what to do here. Nothing worked. And honestly, I felt like a murderer at a crime scene or something, right? I was like doing anything that I can to be able to fix this. I got out the thyme sage butter that I made to go on and inside of the turkey, and I just like put it on and I was like, I don't know, hopefully the smell will go away or something. It did not go away. And then okay, when that happened, I just put it back in the refrigerator for a second and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be right back. I'll see you guys in a bit. And that's when I drove out of the house and I was like, what am I gonna do? How are we going to fix this? Right? And I look on my phone, okay? I'm like, and I type in whole turkey. Well, I type in turkey and then the country comes up and I'm like, fuck. And then I type in whole turkey and then it sends me like a couple results, but I've actually never seen this before. All right. It was like, it said there were like 35 results and I was like, huh, that's really weird. Right. And I said whole turkey near me. And you know what happened? Google said no results. And I listen, I was in the car, but if I wasn't, I would have fallen to my knees at that moment. And I was like, I can't believe this. This can't be possibly true. You can't tell me that nobody has, it's Thanksgiving Day. Nobody's selling turkey. Are you telling me they none of them have any turkey at all right now? I just saw that they had turkey yesterday because I went to the store the other day and they still had turkey. I was like, what do you really, it's over? Is it really over just like that? And so I was like, I can't believe this. So I ran down to my local Kroger because they were the only ones that were open. I really didn't want to do it because I didn't want to have to make anybody work harder who's being forced to work on Thanksgiving. But I hate to say it, it was an emergency. I really, I don't want to say it, but it was an emergency. I had to go. I had to do it. And so you fake socialist, that is true. Yeah, that's true. I do. At the end of the day, I do hate the workers. I will step on their throats if it means I get a turkey. It does suck, but that's just how it is. Where was the solidarity? By like pretending to work there for a little bit, you know, to take some to take some heat off of them. Like I told you, it was really early in the morning, so I was able to kind of sneak into the back room, the break room, and I found a name tag in an apron, and it was basically kind of like Hitman, where I just kind of put it on and then walked around for like an hour pretending to work. Pretending to work and like being, oh yeah, that's aisle 3, spices aisle 3, right over here, right this way. And honestly, I feel like at the end of the day, I paid exactly what I needed to make up to those people, and then I booked it. I had to go. Good job, Shark. Thank you. I had to do what had to be done. Anyways, they didn't have a turkey, and I was like, oh, this is not good. And then I go to the next Kroger, because once again, they're the only people who are really open. Not open. Nobody's open. Sorry, they're not. They were open. No turkey. We're open. No turkey. And I was like, I was like, bro, what am I gonna do? Everybody's about to wake up. How am I going to tell them that it's Thanksgiving and there's no turkey because the turkeys stink? All right. And so I after, not being able to have like any turkey, no success getting any turkey, I then come home and I'm like, hey, let me deal with this turkey real quick. And I pull it out of the refrigerator upstairs. All right. Still stinks. I put it in the refrigerator downstairs just so nobody really gets, just so like nobody, is like, huh, I wonder what that smell is. Just while I'm figuring things out. While I'm figuring things out, I just gotta take this out here. Sticking up the hole. I just need to deal with it really quick, okay? So I took it and I put it away in the refrigerator downstairs. So I can have some distance between everybody else, right? The thing that I'm hiding and everything else. The turkey's just not there. Nobody asked any questions, okay? Lord, what's happening in there? Yeah, the refrigerator comes crawling out. Kill me. This is so Skinner coded. No, it's fine. It's fine, okay? It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Anyways, realizing that the smell isn't going away and it's continuing. Like I put it downstairs while I'm figuring things out. My girlfriend then wakes up and she's like, "Hey babe, what's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, it's fine. It's for everything's okay. Actually, it's all good." Well, I was still searching up possible ways on how to get a turkey. I was looking, honestly, at this point, I was on my phone searching across the goddamn state. I was scouring the state to see if anything was open to be able to get a turkey. I was looking at the local farms in the area. There's a list of local farms. And I was like, I wonder if any of these guys are open. Maybe I need to like bring a knife, bring a gun or something, and then sneak onto one of their properties and kill a turkey and then bring it back home and skin it and gut it by the time everybody wakes up. Just be like, oh, hey, yeah, turkey's fine. Because nobody can really tell two turkeys apart. Right? Yeah, I may have to go all hunter-gatherer mode to be able to save Thanksgiving. And I couldn't really find anything. And so while I was laying there, while I was laying, and then after that, okay, I was like, is there a way for me to dispose of the turkey without letting anybody know that the turkey's gone? And then being like, I have no clue what happened to the turkey. That's so crazy. That's wild, man. That's what. Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was kind of doing the Cuban shuffle with this turkey. It was like I had to find a way to get it out. I was so scared. So overkill. You killed a dead turkey, kind of. Yeah, a blind flock and a blind sheep. Sorry, a blind flock in a blind, in a flock in peace. Yeah, something like that. So true. And then I was like, okay, wait, what if before the stink gets too bad, I just put it in the oven and anything that's making it stink will just be cooked off. And then it'll come out, and then I just put the butter sage on it, and you won't even be able to taste anything. Or that, I can't lie to you, that thought did pass my mind. I was like, it's like hidden in plain sight. They won't know. They won't know that the turkey's bad because it'll be cooked and covered in spices and flavors by the time anybody has the chance to smell what it smells like. I didn't. Listen, okay. I was like, I don't know. I'm just going through my thought process here. It crossed my mind at some point, you know? Question your trust. I mean, what you're holding debt right now, aren't you? You're holding debt. You're in debt right now, right? You've had to take out loans before. Yeah, it's never crossed your mind. What if the company holding my debt right now, like their headquarters just gets hit by a meteor or something? You know, what if the entire building comes down with an incurable illness? Not saying I'd want it to happen, but like, have you ever thought about like, oh, like what if an AR-15 enthusiast just like paid them a visit? That would be so crazy. It would be terrible if that happened, and you wouldn't want to advocate for it. I'm just saying that these are thoughts that human beings have. It's not about what defines you or not. All I'm saying is that what defines you are not the thoughts that you have, but it's the actions that you take. Right, baby? Yes, she said yes. Anyways. Radio Shack. Wow, that's been a long time. Tired Meat Gang, thanks for the 25 months in a row. Yo, Shark, what's your preferred side and pie? Preferred side and pie. I'm not gonna lie to you, deviled eggs is like the #1 side. Pie, sweet potato, and pumpkin, they're kind of equally. Give me the light brown gourds and root vegetables. Give me those guys. I love those guys. They're so fantastic. So those guys always have my heart. Also, Oxpecker, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. I love that anytime I logged onto a Shark stream and you'll be concerned. You shouldn't be concerned. You shouldn't be concerned. About the deviled eggs. Yes, the deviled eggs go so hard. The deviled eggs are so good. My sister's boyfriend came over. His name is Gabriel. He also has a Bible name. They were serving the deviled eggs, and they were like, "You want a deviled egg?" And he's like, I've never had a deviled egg. I'm like, what do you mean you've never had a deviled egg? Go get Yum Yum, get you some. Go get a deviled egg right now. You need to get it right now. I'm telling you that. I listen, I'm the type of guy, my ass can eat deviled eggs. It'd be man versus food, and man would win. If it was me versus deviled eggs, good Lord, do I go crazy on some deviled eggs. My goodness. I get itchy scratchy. I start fiending for some deviled eggs. I can't lie to you. Oh, with extra smoked paprika on it. Oh my gosh. Yo, whoever could pull my hand out of the deviled egg tray will be crowned goddamn King Arthur. Like you could not pull me out. I'm so in. I've never been. I'm in. It's really good. They're so good, I swear. They're so great. Oh, anyways, back to what I was talking about. Um, the turkey stunk. As I was laying there and all these thoughts crossed through my head, I was like, there's no viable path forward. I can't feed it to them. That'd be insane. I can't just pretend like it goddamn got up and walked away in the middle of the night. Nobody will believe that. And so I was just like, I have to come to terms with like the turkey's just bad and there's just nothing I can do to possibly save it. It's just kind of over. It's over. I don't want it to be, but it's over. And so I was laying there with my GF, that stands for girlfriend if you don't know. And I was like, in a quiet moment, I was like, babe, I don't think the turkey's edible. And you know what she did? She laughed. She laughed and she was like, what the hell are you talking about? And I was like, she was like, what the hell? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, she just like closed her eyes and she laughed. And I was like, babe, this is no laughing matter. I'm going to tell you this right now. When you smell that shit, your smile will be turned upside down. It's not gonna be good for any of us. She was laughing at my suffering a little bit. It was unfortunate. And then I was like, you know what, babe, you're gonna have to see this one for yourself. I put it in the refrigerator. She's like, the one downstairs, down here. I was like, yeah, I didn't want people to smell the funk. And you can tell me, I was like, it stinks. And I don't think it's edible because it stinks. And she was like, is it really that bad? I was like, you can go smell it yourself because it's right down here. And when I tell you, she opened that door, you could almost see the smell. You know what I mean? Like I already smelt it. It was on my hands. I had to wash my hands like 3 times after handling it, and she like I like the waft come out. I can almost see it, right? And I saw her face change the moment it hit her. It was, yeah, she opened it and a tuba went wah, wah. It's like a SpongeBob gross up. It looked like the nasty patty. The shit looked like it was about to burn her eyebrows right off her face, and she went oh, and then closed the refrigerator just like that, and then turned to me looking gobsmacked. Okay, and that's the only way I could describe it. Oh, she looked like, I don't know. She looked like the turkey just said, "Be not afraid." It was the type of horror that humans could not comprehend. It was a shape and flavor. It was a scent that human beings could not comprehend. Girly was flabbergasted. She was. She really was. But yeah, there was like stink lines coming off of it. I gotta put the turkey in the prison realm. Yeah, mucho longo linko. You could have just, you can like open up image in separate page and separate tab, and then you pull that link and then you send it. It'll be a much shorter link than the entirety of your Google search. I appreciate you though. Love you, okay? Yeah, honestly, it's pretty bad. It's like she got hit with it, and I could see the tick damage. She got hit with scarlet rot. I saw the bar above her head starting to load up. It was not good. It is not good. Anyways, she then was like, "Yeah, you can't serve that to people. That's not edible for human beings." Yeah, you can't. Humans can't eat that. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is the end of it all. I don't think we're gonna have to be like there will be no turkey. There will be no turkey. And so I went up And so I went upstairs, right? And I saw my sister. She was there. And my sister loves to eat. She loves food. She's always eating. She loves to eat. Right? Well, I can't say she's always eating. She doesn't always eat anymore because she wants to like lose more weight. But she always wants to eat. She loves, girls. They eat. There's something about girls, but they really eat. You know what I'm talking about, guy? I got any girl enjoyers in chat. Do you know how or girls, you all know how girls just be eating? I don't know what it is. Cuz I thought the stereotype was like guys having a big appetite, but the more I've learned life, the more I've realized that it's women with a massive appetite. All the girls I know have coffee for breakfast and that's all they have. I'm not talking about I'm talking about when they're given food, It's I think if left to their own devices, a lot of them don't eat that much, but if you present them with food, you know what I mean? It's like they become ravenous. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, they have to be given permission to eat or something, or they won't make food themselves because cooking, it takes a lot of time, and that's not something that they want to be spending their time doing. And so instead of that, they, I don't know, drink a coffee and call that breakfast. But if you present them with food, then they're going to be eating a lot. If you just put food around them, they'll always be like, I got one more in me. Anyways, with this whole turkey thing, I brought my sister into my mom's room and I was like, hey, listen, there's not going to be any turkey. And the turkey's bad. And they were like, no. They were like, no. I couldn't escape it. I had to tell them. There will be no turkey. And so we were thinking about plans, okay? Plans to figure out what to possibly do, how to fix this. Right? And the plan we came down with was that we're just going to get two chickens and then cook them like we would cook the turkeys and then just roll it. And that's basically it. And everybody was like, actually, that seemed like a great idea. They were like, actually, that's a good idea. For some reason, everybody was like, oh yeah, cool. And then my sister was like, turkey's kind of dry and lame anyways. And I was... And yeah. But then here's the thing. I went back to Kroger and we were looking around, okay? And once again, it's like this day I was just cosplaying as Hitman. We were on our way to pick up some chicken, right? And then cook them like turkeys. And while we were walking there was a guy on his phone who was looking at massive slabs of meat. And I'm talking these meat. What cut of meat was that, babe? It was not chuck roast. Was it pork? Like those cartoonishly large pieces of meat that were $100 each.
Oh.
It's not chuck roast. It was something really big. Bold shark thoughts. But anyways, we could if you can think of it, let me know. But anyways, prime rib? Nah, it wasn't rib. It wasn't rib. I am not sure. Anyways, we were just walking past him, okay? And he was on the phone. Okay? And you know what I heard? The girlie was walking ahead of me. I was just walking, and he started to talk about the meats that they had, and I was like, actually, I don't know why, but I was like, this could be a good conversation for me to pretend I'm not listening to right now. And so while I was pretending to look for other meat kind of next to him, but not too close, I heard him over the phone talking about the type of meats that they had, and he said that they had that the turkeys that they had were too small. And I was like, the what that they have? So you've seen them. So you've seen them is what you're telling me. You're telling me that they're here. And that's all I needed to hear. I was like, then I got back with the girl and I was like, they're here. Somewhere they're here. He's seen them. And so we started searching up and down after I got that very important piece of information. And then boom, that's why I found them. That's why I found this turkey, the biggest turkey that they had since we're feeding a lot of people. I said, they have it. They have the turkey. They were like, heck yeah, bring that thing home right now. Bring it home right now. It's done. We got it. And so, yeah, I had to take this picture triumphantly with the turkey that I was able to find by kind of stalking a man in Kroger. And that's basically, anyways, that was my Thanksgiving story. Yeah. That was my Thanksgiving. That's how mine went. Hopefully you all's went, well as well. And then right before we went to go okay, I guess this is the last thing. Right before we went to go eat, we said prayer and everything, and I was like, woo, everybody, yeah. I left. Right after that, I left. And the reason why I left was because I was like, I have to throw away this turkey now, because now that everything is set up and everything and all the food's cooked and everything's good, I can't leave this turkey in there overnight. It's not possible. It will stink up the whole house. And the biggest problem is that when I walked down the stairs, I realized that it already began. The funk was creeping out of the refrigerator and into the home. It started to billow out and fill the basement with its funky odor. I just smelled something slightly dead smelling once I got back downstairs, and I was like, oh hell nah. This was a great time to get it because it's here, it's happening. And I opened up the refrigerator, okay, and it looked back at me. I don't know. It looked like if it was alive, it would move on the ground with like a slap crawl motion, You know what I mean? It's nasty. It looked like it was like start twitching or something, begging for release. Entry. This is my chat, not the X videos search bar. Wrong place. Appreciate you though. Anyways, love you though. Anyways, I then put on some gloves and picked up the whole thing and put it in a trash bag and then dumped the tray that it was in and all the stink rot juices that had come. It was the curse rotted turkey. It was my Dark Souls boss. It was the curse rotted great turkey, and I had to deal with it. I put it in the bag. I then got all the air out of it and then twisted up the entire thing as tight as it could go. Then tied 1 knot, 2 knot, 3 knots, and then pulled them as tight as possible to stop any funk from getting out. And then I did it, and then I put it in another trash bag, and I did the same thing again. just to do anything I possibly could to stop the stink from getting out. And then I took it and I put it outside, and then I had to wash my hands and my forearms after I took the gloves off, because some of the stink got on my forearms while I was trying to take it out. And then I was able to go upstairs and eat normally, and I just didn't tell anybody about it. But then the girlie came back downstairs and she was like, I was going to put my cup in the refrigerator down here, but it smells like that goddamn turkey. And I was like, I'm so sorry. So I had to take some rubbing alcohol and some lemon, and I wiped down a lot of the refrigerator, and then I put like an odor neutralizing thing that I bought not too long ago, and it's been sitting in there just sucking up the remainder of the funk. And it should be good now. You don't trust the refrigerator? Do we have to wash it out together? You're just not gonna use it ever again? You're never again? All right. Well, the girl's never going to use the refrigerator ever again. It smelled that bad. Really? Never again? Baby. What? Okay. I can't argue with her because she's just one of those girls, honestly. It's just so. Anyways, she's right to do so. Anyways. Well, do you not trust the refrigerator upstairs either? It was in there. I cleaned it.
It smelled like if I were to put something in there, it would instantly be contaminated, and I would like get poisoned from eating it.
You'll get poisoned?
That's what it felt like when I smelt it. I did not trust nothing in there. I don't care. No.
Okay, well, cursed. Shark, you are destroying her. Well, she loves me still, so yeah. That's. You said don't do that again. What was I supposed to do?
Throw it away immediately. Not contemplate what to do with the turkey.
Here, I have a couple searches. How to remove blood stains from grout, and how to stop smell of corpse, and how to dispose of corpse without smell, and and how to remove corpse smell from refrigerator. Honestly, I never should have told you that it was in there.
You didn't have to tell me. I would have smelled it.
Okay, I just wouldn't have had. I would have made sure you never opened that refrigerator. I just said this.
Baby, when I was gonna put my cup in there,
Yeah.
you wasn't even down here, so I would have found out. Be like, what the heck's going on with this thing?
I know, but like what I meant is that I would just be like, I don't know, something was happening around there, like in the area, and then tried to gaslight you. I'm joking, no. It was there's nothing I could, like I said, there's nothing I could really do. So I was like, that's just kind of, it just kind of is what it is. It's over now, so. That was your mistake, yeah. Anyways, that was my Thanksgiving. I think that's the end of it. I think that's the end of everything, so yeah. Anyways, hopefully you all are having a good Thanksgiving. Had a good Thanksgiving. Do you condone Hamas? You should ask the turkey. I recently had to look up how to get blood out of sheets, but it wasn't because it wasn't because of anything bad. It was actually because I had a nosebleed on my own pillow, and I had to figure out a way to get the nosebleed blood out. And if you're wondering how to do it, the answer is I'm calling the police. No, the real answer is it's just like hydrogen peroxide, and then you take it, you get on like like a Q-tip. You want to be very direct with it. You take it on like a Q-tip or on like a cotton ball, and then you dab it onto the area, and then you take an iron, and then you iron it, and then you just repeat that until it's gone. It's pretty simple. If I ever punch you in the nose, I just get dry nose. I'm a dry nose boy. It just happens like that. I've gotten nosebleeds on my pillow before. The stain is still on my pillow. It seeped under the case. Yeah. Don't worry. That's happened to me before. It's happened to me a lot before, actually. Before I have the girlfriend that I have now, I had like nosebleed pillows from since I was like, I don't know, like, 13 or something that were lumpy. She didn't like my lumpy pillows. She told me to get rid of them. And so I was like, yes, ma'am. I'm not going to say I didn't need them. They worked perfectly fine. They were flat. Well, I stacked them on top of each other until they weren't flat anymore. Girlfriends are the reason men buy new pillows. I mean, it happens sometime. Anyways, yeah, that's what's going on. Hello, Shark. Hey, what's going on? Anyways, you want to clean it before it's a set stain, because then it's much harder to clean. If you're also a nosebleed baddie like me. Anyways, yo, have you seen some of these conservative Thanksgiving conservative turkeys? Like, you already know turkey's bad, but yo, look at this. This is just this honestly makes me sick. She's like being groped by fake Trump. And why does he have DSLs like that? That's crazy to me. Why is he grabbing? Why is he giving her the? Do you see this, dude? Why is the inflatable Trump giving her the reach around? It's on her back like a fucking monkey. Why didn't you show us this? It's so weird. Why are these people so weird? Trump's DSL is confirmed. Is that abomination? I don't know. A turkey grabbing a turkey, grabbing a turkey. Oh, Lord. Had smoked turkey and it was less dry. I've heard that it's good. The Trump blow up doll is crazy. Yeah, listen. Be sanitary, girl. Do not bring your blow up doll to the Thanksgiving. Do you think that was her +1? They asked her if there's going to be more people. There's going to be more people there that she's going to bring just so they can figure out how much food to make. And she was like, yeah, I got one. I think she talks to him just like real Donald Trump. Eat, Mr. Trump. You need to build up your strength. It's important for when you're president again, so you can own the libs, Mr. President. Eat. Is there something wrong, Mr. President? You've barely touched your turkey. Yeah, I'll feed it for you. I know you must be tired after going up against the swamp. Worshipping God. Yeah, it's like when Marjorie groped that. When Marjorie groped her Trump cutout that had been beat up because she takes it everywhere with her. Do you think she still has that thing? I mean, election season is. I'm gonna watch her campaign because I want to see if they have like. I need to see if she has like the Trump, the Trump cutout that she groped from a while ago, because I think she definitely still has it. It's okay, Mr. Sir. Have some turkey. Look at the comments on the tweet. What? Is her face coated in plastic? That's crazy. Does it have a penis? I don't want to know that. You mean you did not have a blow up wrap around lifelike Joe Biden doll chair that you ate your Thanksgiving meal from? Listen, I'm a political content creator, but nah, I don't really do stuff like that. I don't. I really don't. But the art that I bought was just of women with huge breasts. That was basically it. Not stuff like this. Is just weird. Can these people be normal or something? Like, can't they like? Can they have like a secret that's normal? Like, can like, do you have to be this? Can't you be like a furry or something? Like, I don't know, man. Just be. Like, I'd much rather it come out that you are like a furry or have like a foot fetish or something than you to be doing stuff like this. It's just weird. Like, come on. Get a grip. You know who also doesn't have a grip? Marjorie. Yo, look at the turkey that she made, dude. Look, it's raw. Oh, look at that. That's crazy. Her and the turkey have the same skin complexion. Oh my god, wait a second. Wait. Okay, wait. Marjorie. Turkey. Okay. Wait a second. What about this one? Oh my gosh. Why is this so dark? You see it? Wait a second. Oh my gosh, that's her. But I just had to grab part of her arm. Why does her arm look like that? Oh my gosh, she is turkey flavored. Oh my gosh, that's way closer. Proof the turkey's raw. Anyways, look at it, dude. Look at that thing. That's the saddest turkey I've ever seen. It's so uncooked. Wait, did they forget to take the tin foil off so it never browned? And so it's just like the cannibals. So it never browned. I can't lie, the turkey is kind of built like Elon Musk though. It's not edible. It's a Photoshop. She made an unseasoned turkey even more unseasoned. Yeah, I do not see any seasoning. What do you think she put on that? Literally nothing? Because I mean, I really think like bare minimum on a turkey should be like, you know, sage and thyme, right? You should, right? Like usually people do the butterball turkey thing where it's butter, sage, thyme, salt and pepper, just yet normal stuff, water. Yeah, it's already seasoned. It's God's seasoning, water. Flour. I hope she didn't season with flour because you didn't take the tinfoil off. It would just be goopy. Oh, do you think that she put flour on it? So while it cooks, it makes its own gravy. That's actually big fucking brain. That's big brain. It's pre-cooked gravy on the turkey, in the turkey while it's cooking. It failed. It didn't fail. It looks delicious. Ooh, gosh. Okay. Yeah. They really... Sorry, PETA. We're eating good today. Yeah, I bet you are. Yeah. All right. We eating good. We eating good out here. Who wants to come join us? All right, chat. Who wants to come join her? Who wants a piece of her delectable freedom bird? Oh, there's one last thing that I need to tell you about my Thanksgiving. I'm not lying to you. And this is something I haven't told anybody yet. When I went back out to go look for another turkey, where I live, we have just free range roaming wild turkeys that just live around the area, right? And like a couple of them were crossing the road. I was like, I'm gonna need one of you to come home with me. I was like, there's gotta be a way to get one of these, guys. What if I'm like, I don't think anybody else is on the road right now. If I just kind of floor it, they may not be able to get out of the way quick enough. But no, I was like, you all are wild. You all need to be allowed to do your thing. That was your last chance. That you're right. That was my last chance. Yeah, it would be the freshest turkey. They'd be like, man, this turkey tastes pretty good. Okay, anyways, that's what happened with me. Easy mode. Anyways, yeah. So that's what happened. That's what's been up with me. Some fun stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Hope you all had a good time. Yo, did you see this clip? I haven't watched this Fox News clip, but they claimed, and we can figure this out together. They claimed Fox News is running a clip about the brave Israeli soldiers capturing a Palestinian in gray underpants, but the report accidentally includes a shot of the actor playing the Palestinian getting dressed afterwards. Yo, what? Wait, I gotta take a look at this.
This is funny. Fox News is running a very dramatic clip about their reporter being on the spot as brave Israeli soldiers capture a terrorist who tried to infiltrate Israel-controlled territory.
You can see these soldiers. Get down, lay down flat. Lay down totally flat. You can see things are very tense here. There were 2 gunshots, and now they have someone on the ground.
Go back right now.
Very tense right now.
He's on his tidy whities, man.
Soldiers appear to be arresting a Palestinian man. They have him in handcuffs right now, and you can see they've blindfolded him, and they are...
Here you can see the man held tight by soldiers, blindfolded, barefoot, wearing grey underpants.
Damn, barefoot and pregnant. It's a conservative dream, isn't it? Some piss poor budgeting shit right here. No, it's not. No, it's not, okay? This is really dangerous.
Then the scene disappears behind a black background.
Taking him away. You can see here, they're leading him away. They've blindfolded this man, and it appears they have captured yet another militant who entered from the Gaza Strip. It gives you a sense of just how unpredictable all of this is. They don't know where people are hiding, and they could still be in the tree lines here near
But later,
the Gaza
the report
border.
seems to accidentally include a shot of grey underpants man who's taken off his blindfold and is putting his clothes back on. Not looking good, Fox News. Not looking good. Now, here's the whole passage without any editing, so you can judge for yourself.
Lay down totally flat. You can see things.
Really? Wait a second. Wait.
There were 2 gunshots, and now they have someone on the ground.
Go back right now.
As these soldiers appear to be arresting a Palestinian man, they have him in handcuffs right now, and you can see they've blindfolded him, and they are taking him away. You can see here, they're leading him away. They've blindfolded.
Let's skip forward a bit.
They don't know where people are hiding, and they could still be in the tree lines here near to the Gaza border.
What the hell? Yeah, he is. He's just putting his pants back on. They just let go of him. They're walking away, and he's putting his pants back on. What is this? What they just? Isn't this guy supposed to be held up as like a supposed terrorist or something? They caught him. They caught a man in like an ambush against the Israelis, and they're just like, they just let him go. They just let him go. They strip him. No pants equals terrorism. This is so crazy. I don't know. I will have to just. It is super weird though. I mean, this wouldn't be the first time that they're faking something, but I'm going to be honest. This shit is insane. With them just walking away, with him just putting his pants back, nobody looking at him. Like, couldn't he just run for it or something if he was really somebody who was going to be ambushing them? Like, or like call out for other people. His what was the point of blindfolding him for like 2 seconds if he's not able to, like, if you're just gonna take it back off and then have him put pants back on? And are those his pants? Why do they fit directly, like specifically? This is super weird. Fox caught an attempted ambush. Get down on the ground. Get down. It's dangerous here. There's a madman. He has no pants on. They're losing the propaganda war pretty bad. Yo, did you see that that Israel's Twitter account put out Hamas.com? They showed off Hamas's own website, Hamas.com, where they talk about how they want to take over everything. They put all their plans out on Hamas.com. Did you see that? Ain't no fucking way. It's real. It's real. You didn't see Hamas.com? It's so scary. It's so scary. I think, what do you guys think? You want to take a look? You want to take a look at Hamas.com? Don't go to Hamas site. It will open you up to extra super duper terrorism. Hamass.gov, not Hamass. Yo, take a look. Anyways, Israel put out Aliza Samuel and her friend were hiding in a bush during the Hamas massacre and hashtag Hamas massacre and watch Hamas terrorists line up her friends and execute them. And then they posted this under this post: to understand the scale of Hamas's crimes against humanity, visit this Hamas.com. Now I can't show you. I'm going to click on this and we can look at some stuff. But I was told that there's like a bunch of dead bodies and stuff like that. So you have to be careful exactly what you show. I don't want to get my entire shit taken down. I like my channel. Honestly, I don't want to lose it right now. Yep, that's a dead person right there. Yep, that's another dead. Yep, they're just showing a lot of dead bodies here. Yep. So basically, this is supposed to be held up as like a pro Hamas website, a website for Hamas, okay? Support the liberation of Palestine, Hamas.com. So they're saying that this is Hamas's website. I gotta be really careful what I show. What does Hamas stand for? The Islamic Resistance Movement to liberate Palestine by all possible means. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be. Do you see this? Do you see the propaganda that they're putting? This is crazy, dude. They just tried to pull language from like leftist organizations that they don't like and say, oh yeah, that's exactly what Hamas says. Hamas says these exact same things, huh? Mr. Super Hamas, Pro Hamas fiend. It's a resistance movement for the liberation of, by all means possible. By any means necessary. And also, once again, to let you all to talk about how crazy this is, once again, this entire thing's in English. Wait, they use an AI picture? Is that true? Oh my gosh, Hamas has infiltrated artificial intelligence as well. Is that what you're telling me right now? But like, wait. Can I see some? What is this? I want to see this really quick. Wait, what the hell is this? Wait. Wait, what am I looking at? Wait, look at this logo really quick, okay? So I'm like, this logo looks really weird. It looks really low, like low quality. And so I put it in here to look at it, and then I zoom in. Look at this. Look at the editing job on this. It's like it's a green screened out, but they didn't get all of the green off. Like this right here. Okay, wait a second. Hamas logo. Wait, can I find this? Oh, Lazy? Oh, because Hamas's color is green. Oh, I see what they did. This is crazy. They went on the Wikipedia and then got this picture and then they put it into an editor and then they just tried to like delete the green, but they didn't get all the green. So that's why there's still some here around the logo. Wouldn't Hamas have their own PNG? Like, do they have to pull from Wikipedia to be able to get their own PNG of their own logo? Updated owner 2 days ago. Wait a second. Updated date. Yeah. They fucked up so bad. This is crazy. The email is hamas.com at Wix domain. It's Wix? Yo. Wait 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. I'll be back here. Just 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. Anyways, with that being said, all right. So here's hamas.com, domain hamas.com, registered 1999, expires 2033, updated November 22nd. It's Wix. It's a Wix account. Domain hamas.com. Yeah, it's Wix. I don't know. Do you think Hamas would use Wix? What do you guys think? It's a Wix. Like I also have a Wix website too. It's for my photography. You think they'd have Wix? Hummus would. It's not even their own. They just went to Wix. You think they're paying Wix? Hamas. That's where the Hamas. And that's where money donated to Palestine is going these days. Is going to maintain their Wix account for Hamas.com. Statutory masking enabled. Admin ID. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff is hidden, obviously. Oh, that's weird. Okay, sure. Yeah, Wix. Yeah, it's like Wix all the time. Wix.com, Wix.com. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this one, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really. I'm not really. I'm not super convinced by this. Anyways, just viewers discretion as well. That if you ever try to go to Hamas.com, that there's just a lot of gore and violence. So be on your toes. A lot of bad stuff. A lot of blood, a lot of bad stuff. Share our success and spread jihad, they said. There's like a lot of links to share about videos of people who are bloodied. Wait. At the bottom of the page, there's Hamas testimonials. Wait a second. There's testimonials? Okay, wait a second. I gotta look through these to make sure that they're not crazy. Okay. Yeah, Hamas testimonials. Ahmed, their women paid for their sins and felt the rage of Allah by a group of our brave warriors. We made sure they will not give birth to more sinners. Muhammad, the infidels had violated the law of Islam and were dancing half naked in open air, so we cleansed hundreds of them of their sins with the power of God and sent them to hell. Saleh, we successfully deceived the weak Jewish intelligence agencies to liberate the occupied Palestinian territories and remove the Jewish. I'm not sure if I want to say that word. I don't know what that is. Allah gave us many pigs to slaughter. Oh my gosh. Why is this all in English? And also, imagine giving birth to sinners. It happens a lot. Saleh, was that what? Saleh Hassan. Thank you, Saleh. It's all in English. Of course it's all in English. It's not for the Middle East, okay? It's for us. They're recruiting from America. They poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague onto our houses. But one thing that's like super interesting, okay? One thing that's super interesting here is that everything that's written here is supposed to be like was updated 2 days ago, and everything here is like they're trying to use language and words of people who are calling for Israel to stop blowing up children as Hamas's words, and then kind of like passing it off as this is exactly what Hamas believes, to discredit normal people from being like blowing up children is not all right. And this is super asymmetric with the warfare that's happening right now. It's crazy. Wait, I want to see some more testimonials. Ismail, to cease the Jewish illegitimate occupation of the I'm not sure if I don't think they talk like this. Illegitimate occupation of the sacred lands of Palestine. We entered their homes and killed the cancerous infidelity in their homes by ending several generations in one strike. Anyways, that's the Hamas testimonials going on right now. Wait, what is this? And the rest of the site. Islamic primacy. Islamic laws should supersede all democratic systems. Coordinated leadership, establishment synchronized power structures globally. What are you talking about, man? ChatGPT made this website. Wait, let me see. Oh, they have the site in English and Arabic. Oh, my bad. It's English and Arabic. That's crazy. Here, let me see. Crazy. Dang it, Shark, I was gonna bring up ChatGPT. Of course this is ChatGPT. Just like all of your Google searches now. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, I had to make sure I wasn't on a I had to make sure I wasn't on showing it again. It was getting pretty scary there for a moment. It was getting mad scary, getting mad spooky there for a moment. Wait, so did they? Wait, this is 2 days ago. Okay, it was edited like 2 days ago. Did they remove the part where I saw some people linking and taking screen caps of a part of the website where they wrote that their job isn't, that they don't only want to take over like Israel, they want to take over the entire world. Like Hamas wants to steal the moon. Did you see? Did you see that? No way. Wait a second. Yeah, look. Yeah, look. They made a fake Hamas website that literally said, "Hello, we're evil. First, we take over the Zionists, then the world." We take over all the Zionists, and then after that, we will take the world. Give us your money so we can steal the moon. Allah will need the moon. We will then crash the moon into the infidel world. Cue evil laugh. Yeah, evil laugh and a lightning strike over a Gaza hospital because it's a Hamas HQ, obviously. Oh yeah, and their secret plan. Did you also see their secret plan? Wait a second. At the bottom of the list. Okay, at the bottom. Okay, wait. Look. At the bottom of the list, they set forth their Hamas secret plans at the bottom of the page. Okay, Hamas presence and activities in different countries. Stage 1: spread through social activities, often masking as movements and charitable entities. So true. Here, guys, is all of our super top secret plans on how to take over the world. All right, step 1. Lie about everything. Just like me. I mean, you guys would do this too, right? If you want to recruit people for your super secret plan to take over the world, you would also, right? I mean, it's important. It's an important step. Mask yourself as movements and charitable entities. All right. non-Muslims to embrace Islam through deceptive narratives of compassion and societal unity. Yeah, step 2 of our super secret plan. Stage 3, engage in local politics with the objective of influencing decision making at a national level. Stage 4, using military tactics, obtaining weapons, and using violence to achieve the movement's goals and interests. Stage 5, overthrow secular governments and establish a new government based on strict adherence to Sharia law, to Islamic law, and the execution or enslavement of non-Muslims. It's just stage 3 question mark. No, it's not question mark, because stage 3 is right here. Okay, it's engage in local politics to influence decision making. Okay, stage 5 is stonings. Obviously, profit. I'm always saying this. I'm always giving people all of the details to my super secret plans of how to take over the world. Stage 7 is profit. Yeah, stage 6 is the question mark. Stage 7 is when the profit begins. That's where the profit really begins. This meme is very real. I also post my super secret plans on Wix.com on my Wix website. Somebody should stop these Hamas guys. Somebody's got to stop these Hamas guys. They're going too crazy. They have to be stopped. We can't get away with this. Okay. Anyways, those are our secret super plan, guys. I hope you enjoy it. Please support the liberation of Palestine. We are hummus. Our secret plan. Oh wait, this part was called stealth. Oh, they edited the website, because they did say they edited it 2 days ago, and a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing is from is not from that. Yeah, establish social programs to discreetly spread the ideology without attracting unwanted attention. Guys, you can buy Hamas.org for $250K right now. And listen, and people want to give Palestine more than $250K. So if a $250,000 just disappears, guys, and all of a sudden Hamas.org pops up, you know what happened. You know what happened, okay? Do they have merch? You're telling me you would buy merch from Hamas.com? You would do that? You would go so far? You're that type of brainwashed pro Hamas oppressor. This is literally the oppressor versus the oppressed matrix right here that all leftists live their lives on. I want a mug. Yeah, join Hamas's mug club. I want a mug. They're making Hamas out to be a Saturday morning G.I. Joe organization. I mean, like, that's how they think Americans are going to understand them. That's basically that's the plan. That's the whole plan, obviously. So yeah, it would that would definitely make sense. I mean, they've already said, like, specifically a couple times that their attempts of trying to completely throw all of this out and get everybody to hate Palestine is not working anywhere near the amount that they wanted it to. Oh, and have you seen these, like, hostage transfers going on? It's honestly my fault as well that it's like honestly my fault as well, because I didn't even talk about this. Well, I didn't talk about it very much. I think I talked about it a bit. The people who are like how Israel abuses people and Palestinians specifically, but like I don't think I talked about it as much as I think I should have, because wow, dude, there was these like prisoner hostage exchanges are just like incredible. honestly. They're wild because there are over 150 people who are held captive by so there are over 150 people who are held captive by Israel that people just like didn't talk about. They just don't care about. There's so many people who are extrajudiciously held by Israel who are just nobody thinks about. They just get disappeared. Don't talk about it. Yeah, it's crazy because there were like, remember those images of children in cages, literal babies in cages, and people were like, this is what Hamas does, and then it came out that it was actually just what Israel does. It's Israel's baby cages. And then they just stopped talking about it. Just, oh, oops, forgot that was our thing. We did that. Oh, and don't be against it. Actually, don't think about it. Don't even think about it. Mom found they found the baby cage. Maybe Hamas learned from Israel. It's possible. There's a non-0% chance that that's what's been going on, actually. But yeah, with all that said, something super curious, all right, is that have you guys seen what's been going on with The Guardian? How The Guardian, it's like the Guardian found it impossible. Like, it's not possible for them to call people who are held captive by Israel as children or hostages. Did you see that? It's so crazy. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull this up. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Yeah, look at this. It's crazy. Look at this. 4-day ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas will begin on Friday morning, the day after it was originally announced, after Israel broke the ceasefire again. After negotiators worked out the final details of the deal, which would lead to the release of dozens of hostages held by militants, as well as Palestinians imprisoned by Israel. That's crazy. Hostages held by militants, and just Palestinians that have been imprisoned. They've been imprisoned, I guess. I don't know why. I don't know how. It just happens. The exchange of female and child hostages and prisoners was due to take place on Thursday, but was postponed last minute. Logistical issues were worked out 24. Did you see? Look, dude. Female. Listen. On both sides, it's like, yeah, women and children, females and children, female and children hostages and prisoners. They literally can't do it. It was those dirty, stinky Islamic prisoners, but those beautiful, cherished Israeli hostages. Somebody needs to get them home. But those people held for over a decade by Israel without any chance of having legal recourse. Oh, those people just taken right from their homes. Oh yeah, those people, those aren't hostages. They're just, they're just people. It was even, the language was even crazier before. Here, I want to see if I can find it. It was like something crazy. I saw it myself, but I can't find it again exactly. like the article exactly, but a lot of people they're posting this one around, which is crazy. The hostages to be freed are women and children and Palestinian prisoners who are also women and people under and people 18 and younger. It's just, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Do you just hate these people that much? Can you just be like, oh yeah, we hate Palestinians, that's just what it is? Can you just say that instead? So at least we all understand what we're talking about. Is this AI writing or is it actual somebody at the Guardian? No, I don't think an AI would write something like this, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the AI would have less. This is journal language. This is journalist language. All right. This is 100% passive voice journalist language that journalists have. It's a type of English that only journalists can tap into in these type of situations where they have to report on something that's like really bad, but they need a way to make it not sound as bad. All with the shadow of trying to seem in not taking a side or uninvolved. It's like saying underage women. Yeah, right? But that's literally what they're saying. They said women and children, and then they said women and people under 18. Okay. What did I stumble into? It's the Guardian being giga super double triple quadruple omega racist, as they normally are. As they normally are. Yeah, it's pretty wild. They actually can't do it. Yeah, Hamas releases hostages, Israel releases prisoners. Okay, sure. Yo, guys, is Derek Chauvin dead? Wait a second. Oh no, wait. Oh, Derek's having such a terrible time. Yo, guys, look at this. Ex-officer Derek Chauvin stabbed in prison. Now, I personally don't like anybody I don't like stabbings, in my personal opinion. But that's crazy. It's a big rip moment. It's a huge rip moment. He was stabbed by another inmate and seriously injured on Friday, in federal prison in Arizona. Person familiar with the matter? Oh, he's in Arizona? That's crazy. The attack happened on the Federal Correctional Institution, Tucson, a medium security prison that has been plagued by security lapses and staffing shortages. The prison was not authorized to publicly discuss details on the attack and spoke to the AP under the condition of anonymity. The Bureau of Prisons confirmed that an incarcerated person was assaulted at FCI Tucson around 12:30 p.m. local time on Friday. In a statement, the agency said responding employees contained the incident and performed life-saving measures before the inmate, who it did not name, was taken to the hospital for further treatment and evaluation. Life-threatening? Yo, they almost got him. They almost killed him. Do you think that when he was on the stretcher, he was like, I can't breathe? Do you think he said, I can't breathe? And they're like, we got you, man. I can't get any air in. The far right's gonna make Derek Chauvin a martyr by the weekend. Where have you been since this trial even began? Since the video even came out? Derek Chauvin's been a martyr for the conservatives for like a long time. He's like the poster child in conservative spaces for when good guys get when like their whole thing is like when like the blacks and the minorities come for whitey. That's their whole thing going on right now. It's gonna flare up again. It just did flare up because I mean, I guess again, but this happened recently. Did you all see what had been happening recently? So basically, here, one second. I gotta mess with my widgets really quick. So basically what happened is that Derek Chauvin asked the Supreme Court to review his conviction, and the Supreme Court was like, no. No, dog, you're guilty. Stay in jail. And after that happened, all the right went into a complete tizzy. They were going crazy. They were losing it. They're like, yeah, I saw some crazy white supremacists. I saw some crazy white supremacists be like, this is what happens in this country. White people are treated like second-class citizens. But it's okay because the darkies aren't going to be given special treatment anymore once the Hispanics take over. I was like, what the fuck? Do you ever think about just being a normal person, like, for once in your life? You ever like sit there completely alone, filled with hatred over the thought of like somebody going to jail for killing another person, and you go, man, I just want friends? Never think? Yeah, that ever cross your mind? Second-class citizens, the delusion. They're completely delusional. They're completely out of it. But yeah, anytime like a white person is ever held accountable for anything that they do wrong, obviously they find it bad because they think that just white people should rule the world and lord over people of different skin tones without any repercussions at all, because they believe that they're just simply better. So yeah, obviously any single time something bad happens, they're going to be on the whole, oh yeah, that guy's always right train. And the craziest thing about it is that he's like, and like one of the guys in there was like, you know what? The bad thing about white people is that we're not kind of more like black people, because those blacks every single time one of them has one of them goes to jail or something, all of them rally behind them and they protect them no matter what. And they said it's kind of based, but white people need to do it because we're better. Yeah, I was like, okay, all right, man. We actually talked about something along those lines before, how like a lot white people don't have solidarity with other white people who are suffering, who aren't like rich and like well off and seen as like the model white person, something like that. Which actually was a great video. It was a fantastic video. It sparked my interest to talk about it, mostly because it was a video of this it was a video of this person who was convicted of some crime, who was wheelchair bound in a Georgia prison, who was left to die in like a freezer. He made one of the fucking like guards angry, so they wheeled him into a walk-in freezer and then left him there, and then he died. And then like a bunch of white people, and the guy was white, and then a bunch of white people in the comment section were like, well, that piece of shit kind of had it coming. And I was thinking, I was like, don't you all like, don't all of you people think that like white people or something are on the back foot and they need to band together or something? And then you say stuff like this about, like, if you can't stand up for somebody who's wheelchair bound being wheeled into a freezer to die, how are you going to stand up for like any other white person that like ever, right? Because the people who are at the forefront of these types of like anti-police brutality movements aren't just like your average conservative white person. Like they do not care. They do not care. And not only that, they genuinely despise those types of people. And honestly, there was a study about it as well that we looked at, about how like those types of people genuinely hate poor and like disenfranchised white people more than black people, and more than other minorities as well. It's pretty crazy, the type of hate that they have. They couldn't care unless the guy who wheeled them in was not wasn't white. Yeah, and then the guy was, and like if the guy was convicted of that crime, they'd be like, well, he had a heart condition. He had a heart condition. Yeah, these types of people will say like Jews or the blacks or like Hispanic people hate them, bro. These people, those guys hate white people more than any other. Listen, I've seen some mean tweets against white people on Twitter before, but there's some things that I've seen, like the sort of like clinically picking apart the brain of one of these people with some of the things that they say about other white people is just, it's crazy. Like, have you seen any of these people talk about like white women and how those white women aren't using their uteruses to produce more Aryan children to take over the world once again? Like, I don't know, man. Those people are strange, true and real. Yeah, those guys are just, they're more for like wanting to get those white women pregnant, yeah, by force, right? I mean, it's another angle to their forced abortion stance. It is, sorry, to their like not forced abortion, to their forced pregnancy stance. How they're just straight up like, oh yeah, we want these women to be forced to have babies because when they don't, like, our population suffers. So they need to, their uterus needs to be able to fit cleanly in the palm of their hand again. So they want the Handmaid's Tale. They really do. Somebody in the comment section said fentanyl was in his system, caused the stab wounds. Case closed. Oh, oh, it's true. It's true. He had fentanyl in his system. He did say, I'm stabbed like 10 minutes before he actually got stabbed. So he was crying about stabbings, right? Like right before he got stabbed. So no, I'm thinking that this was a pre-existing condition. Vaxxed. Yeah, and they're still 100% on the train of like, yeah, Chauvin, sorry, Floyd died of an overdose. They still believe that. They genuinely still believe that. They watch the guy get strangled for 9 minutes and go, yeah, he died of an overdose. Yeah, he got the jab. He did get the jab, the Joe jab. Do you guys think that we should play the Mario RPG? Think we should play the new old Mario RPG? I've never played it before, so this would be the first time of me doing it. Yes, capital YES, yes. Do you all like that game that much? I don't know. Listen, I'm not one of those kids who knows about serial killer lore, so no, I don't know what happened to Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh, water's so good. Anyways, guys, you want to talk about something? Slash marker. Slash marker lefty haterino. So listen, guys, I've been reading a lot of anti-leftist content recently. Not because really it's been coming to me. Well, listen, guys, I've been reading a lot of anti-leftist content recently, whether those be tweets or articles or messages or things along those lines. I found it pretty interesting. I wanted to dig into it a little bit. Hopefully to make like the leftist movement better, but also understand people who don't like us, because I think there's always something to glean from that. Either something to understand the people who don't like you more, or to understand yourself more. But there's something that you can get from it, right? I mean, my whole channel is dedicated to arguing, so I might as well you really look at what these people are arguing against me and people like me, right? So it has leftist, you know, the distaste for leftists has been something that I've experienced and seen ever since I've gotten into politics more, because I've always been more of a progressive person, even before I got into politics really necessarily. Well, I found out that I was more of a progressive person after I got into politics. There was finally like a name to it, but I was just like a guy who believed things, right? Anyways. Give the dog a treat. Man, what the heck? I don't have a treat on me. Yo, bro, I left some rotting turkey in the freezer. You want some? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I had some rotting turkey for him? That'd go crazy. I bet he'd still eat it too. Don't you look at me. Wait, give me a second. Give him a treat. Okay. Come on. Let's see if we have some treats down here for you, Stinko. Come here. Oh, you're petting him over there? Can I borrow him for a second? Come here. There you go. Obviously, if you watch this channel, we've seen a lot of people who call themselves anti-leftist, anti-socialist, stuff like that, anti-progressive. And you've been seeing a lot of these type of arguments, and we've gone through a lot of these type of arguments, but some of them have a constant thread through them. Some of them I disagree with. Some of them I do actually find some agreement with, but not as strong as a lot of these people. But one thing that I found interesting is also something that I wouldn't really call a critique. He's on the bed? But get out of here. He's trying to steal my girl while I'm out of my own bed. You come on, hey, come on, scram. Anyways, well, could you close the window back? It's getting a little cool. Well, do you not think so? Does it feel nice? I'll just put some socks on them. Wait a second, I gotta put some socks on. The window's open, it's a little cool. Nibiru, I can't. No comment. No comment. Looks like those incel. I gotta make sure that my feet also don't get on stream while I'm putting these socks on. Give me 1 second. They gotta pay for that. Gonna be part of the merch package we're putting out. Anyways. Dear God, I can't make the joke. Lord, give me strength to not make a white girl dog comment. You all are really fighting out there, aren't you? Okay, wait a second. I'm done. I'm in. Okay, anyways. The most distracted beginning of a segment that's ever existed. Anyways. Something I've been hearing from people in my comment section and people in the spaces that I'm in with a lot of leftists have been saying something, okay? That's been making me think a lot. And you wouldn't really consider it a criticism of leftists, but I would, but I'm going to lump it in there because it kind of is a little bit. And something that I've seen a lot of them say with some of the videos that we've been making is that this makes me too sad. I'm not in the right mind state to watch this. I've had some people comment on some videos before even to say that, hey, I haven't been watching your content too much because sometimes it just makes me too sad. And something that I've been thinking about ever since I made my channel is that I would like to separate myself from a lot of other lefty creators by having it be like a little bit more hopeful or having it be a little bit more uplifting than some other people do, because you just constantly being sad all the time isn't good for your ability to do anything in regards to advocacy or something along those lines, right? Which is hard to do sometimes with certain topics, but I try and do my best. And some people say I do a good job, and there are a lot of people who are still like, yeah, this stuff makes me really sad. And I can't I can crack jokes and we can have some fun, but at the end of the day, a PDF story is a PDF story. And that's just like kind of how it is, right? Yeah, editors, like, it's harder to edit sad videos, right? It's harder to edit those videos. It's harder to make those videos. There are videos that I haven't made because they're a little sad. But one thing that I want to talk about is that a question that's kind of come through my mind and that I feel like has been not specifically asked to me, but has been asked in kind of roundabout ways that hasn't been worded like this. But the question is kind of, do you have to be sad to be a leftist, you know? Or do you have to be depressed to be a progressive? Or is that just something that comes with the territory? And I was just wondering why that would be and why people would think those types of things. And I feel like a lot of things go into it. Some of the things we've talked about before, but some of the things we haven't. And I feel like I want to go into it here and talk to you guys about it. And we can bounce ideas off of each other as we talk as well. Because I think it's something important. Right. And so there have been studies on, and I've seen like conservatives talk about it and like other people talk about it, about how people who are on the left, and the more left you are, the more unhappy sometimes you're seen to be, or report being, things like you report having things like depression more, or anxiety more, or have a poor outlook about the future, or more likely to believe that things aren't going to get better. So more have just like a general doomer mindset about the world and where we're going, and all these types of things. And conservatives, they don't have that a lot. And a lot of people chalk that up to just like people on the left being stupid and stinky and always complaining about something, and people on the right just grilling, right? I don't think that is. I think when it comes to the people on the right, it's more about delusion. I don't think a lot of right wingers are very happy right now with their massive loss streak that they've been on when it comes to general elections and even a lot of their own primaries. I don't think they're very happy right now, but in comparatively and for different reasons, I think conservatives are a lot happier on paper because of a lot of the delusion that they have about the world around them, and the fact that a lot of their own ideas about the world fall into their ideas of strict adherence to the society, to the culture, to going back. They always have something to go back to. There's always like a history to go back to, but it's very hard to create a future to move forward and strive for. And so I think that's one thing that they always have going for them, is that there's always a blueprint of something to go back to. There's always like an idea, whether that be a delusional one of their like 1950s home where the dad smokes 15 cigarettes for breakfast, and his barefoot pregnant wife, who's already given him 3 children, makes more food for him before like and then like the kids all say, yo, thank you, welcome home dad, when like when he gets back and there's dinner that's almost ready, right? And all that type of stuff. And they have like the white picket fence, and they have 2.5 kids, and they have a home that they can sustain off of one income, and they go on vacation sometimes, all this type of stuff, right? So a thing that has almost never, that has an experience that almost no human being has ever experienced in the history of humanity. And only some of them did in the 1900s. And the last time you got something anything near that was in the goddamn like prehistoric era, right? Where you didn't really have a job necessarily, and you died at like 23 after you get a cut on your foot on a rock by getting like a bacterial infection that is incurable, even with the prayers to their ancient sun god, all that type of stuff. When you're dumb and a part of the system, wouldn't you be happy? I don't think it's about them being dumb. I think they like what's going on. They like the system. It's a loud day to record videos. I think they're a part of the system. They like that, and the things that the system upholds are things that they already uphold. The system believes things that they already believe, and they try and say these things when it comes to like the left, but when like companies change their logo, thank you, Marjorie, when companies change their logos to pride flags sometimes while not adhering to any of the principles that people on the leftist progressives would even want them to do as a company, because they just want to greenwash the whole situation. I'm gonna call it greenwash. Okay, because you've heard of like whitewashing and you've heard of whitewashing, you've heard of pinkwashing. Get ready for greenwashing. That's where you just throw a bunch of money at the situation. That's greenwashing, right? That's where companies do things to make it seem cool by throwing about a bunch of money at it and putting it in your face through ads. That's greenwashing right there. Right? Yes, like the American dream that never existed. It's harder to make a world that hasn't existed yet. It's very hard to do that. And so you always have reasons. There's always something for you to criticize there. It's very easy. Yeah, you've heard of rainbow washing. Get ready for greenwashing. But on this like cruel world idea, conservatives already believe that the world is cruel, people are cruel, people are mean. You can expect them to be evil. You can expect them not to want things. You can expect them to take advantage of things. And so you should always expect the worst out of people. And you should really only give them like the worst back in many situations. And in coming off of this, to prove a little bit more about why they believe these types of things, is why they believe things like the personal responsibility. And if you're in a situation, it's more likely to be your fault than the system that you're put into. And that you need to be the one that gets yourself out of that, because you put yourself into that, because you're being a bad person by making other people's problems your problem, is basically what they mean. Not like the window, but like, no, because he's still barking. I have to call. I'm literally working. Here, wait 1 second. Whole lot of barking going on. We gotta bring them inside. There's just way too much barking going on. It's going crazy. I think they're getting them now. Anyways. With that being said, a lot of people would also I would say, and I think there's a good point to it. We would typically say that these people don't like care. These usually more conservative minded people, they usually don't like care about this type of stuff. I think a lot of them are just really big assholes, but I do think they care. It's just like a different type of care. You know what I mean? It's more of like a care to get out of my way, and a care in the sense of they want them to be better, but they don't want to help, and they don't want society to help. They just think that they should get better themselves or die trying, or just simply die. Many ways that these people can just be massive assholes, and there's like conservative ideals that run through people just being massive assholes. I mean, one thing, and I want to talk about this sometime. It's the gym to fascism pipeline that we've been seeing recently when it comes to these like far right influencers and literal like Nazi groups surrounding themselves with the idea of fitness, with the idea of being strong, both like mentally and physically, and while also denying things like medicine and therapy, and all the only thing that you need is like raw eggs, a jug of water, and a piece of metal or a rock to lift up and put down, and then you can fix like all of your problems there. And even though exercise is absolutely good for your mental health, and you should do it if you have the opportunity to, it will just make your life better right there, right? Getting to that and doing this type of stuff are things that they don't really get. People getting to this type of stuff is difficult or impossible for a lot of people, and that's something that they don't really get because it doesn't fit into their framework of being able to do it yourself, and everybody can fix their own life if they just put in the effort to. And so if you bring up the fact that no, that's actually not true, and or the idea that yeah, they might be able to, but the threshold for mistakes that they're able to make is just way different. It's like if you give somebody 100 bullets in their gun and they've never shot a gun before, and you tell them to hit a target 100 feet away, like in 100 bullets they'll probably hit it once. But if you give somebody one bullet that's never shot a gun before and you tell them to hit a target 100 feet away and they miss and they don't get any more bullets, they don't have any more chances, you can't really say that this person didn't try. When they did, they just don't have the opportunity to fail as much as the person who's rich does. Somebody who's rich can do something and fail a lot of times. Somebody like Donald Trump can have 50 failed businesses under his hands. Can have 50 failed businesses under his feet, but your average person can have one and they'll never recover from that. That's just how this type of stuff works, right? And circling back to this idea of leftists, right? And conservatives, in the sense of like caring for things. Conservatives will be, when it comes to like a homeless person, let's take the idea of like a homeless person on the street. Okay. A more left-wing person will look at the homeless person and they'll care, right? They'll care. They'll think about all the problems in society that has led to the homeless person being there on the street suffering, right? Our drug policy, our housing policy, the working conditions, and like people not being paid as much as they should, and like the minimum wage and all these types of things, and the demonization of mental health and the demonization of homeless people, all this type of stuff, right? Housing or ordinances, and you can think about zoning laws, and then there's so much stuff that could wrap into this, right? And then you think about the erosion of the social safety net, and the fact that some social safety net has always had massive holes in it, right? There's so many things that you can think about and so many problems that you can go over, and then you can feel completely overwhelmed by that.
This meme is very real.
Thank you, Marjorie. And on top of that, you may feel more morally obligated and compelled to do something about that. I know a lot of you, even if you're not somebody who protests, who gets out there very often, somebody who's a very caring person feels the want and the pull towards towards doing something good, doing something better, helping somebody, you may at least feel the pull. A lot of conservatives will walk past the homeless person on the other hand and feel like no obligation to help or that pull to do something. It'll be more of the lines of they will care, but they'll be more like, it sucks to sucks to be you. I really wish you made better decisions in your life to not be homeless, to not be a drug addict, to not be poor, to not be depressed, to not be, this, that, and the third. I wish you did other things like that, right? And then in as long as, especially if you live in like California, the liberal will walk past the person and be like, this person will walk past the person and care by calling the police because they're ruining their property value. Hey, but with that being said, some of you feel repulsion. Yeah, some people can feel repulsed by those homeless people, specifically like they're gross, like they're dirty, like they're bad. I mean, there's a reason why homeless people have such a high mortality rate on the street, and it's not because they're necessarily just prone to dying out there, even though they definitely can in R. But they even have an even higher mortality rate due to people just specifically going out to kill them. And the anti-homelessness sentiment out there is crazy as well, right? I mean, you should look at some of the comments under posts and articles about homeless people that have been killed in the street, and then you can just look with your own eyes to look at people just being like, I want to run these people over and then just kill them in the street. It's crazy stuff, right? But on that idea of the left is looking at that problem and then seeing a bunch of other problems inside of it, I think this is where a lot of the sadness comes in. I remember I was at the therapist not too long ago, and I was talking about we were talking about how I could be more productive in the day and how it's difficult to be productive and all this type of stuff when it comes to my like ADHD and getting a hold of that and better coping mechanisms and how to get more stuff done and how to, set off time and be just like a more functioning human being and a more functioning adult. And I was talking about, and he asked me about what I wanted to do that day. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I wanted to clean my room and I wanted to do my sheets and I wanted to wash my clothes and I wanted to clean off my keyboard and organize my room a little bit. And then I wanted to do some research for work. And then he cut me off and then he was like, and save the rainforest and solve world hunger and bring peace to the Middle East. And honestly, as funny as it was to say stuff like that, to say something like that to me, to kind of make fun of the idea that I want to do everything without having the time to be able to do it, he cooked me. And he was right. And he's also right about a lot of leftists as well. And I feel like this is where a lot of the sadness comes in. Having too many things, having too much on your mind that you want to fix and too many problems that you feel that you feel are pulling you to do something about when you don't actually have the ability to do that. And even if you do, it's to not see much movement in that and all of these things that you like crashing in front of you, one thing after another, having problems. To be looking at so many things and seeing some things go wrong, some things go right. And this isn't even going into the idea of how social media loves more negative things than positive things to push, right? Which is 100% true as well. But you care about too many things. And that's honestly a big reason for why you're sad. I'm not going to sit here and say delusion is the solution, but a big problem is that we just care about too many things. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in and of itself. It's good to care. It's good to have an open heart, but it's bad to bleed all the time because you'll probably be lightheaded and it's not good for you. And you'll need to, close that up, put some Neosporin on it and get some juice. All right. It's very important. And the Neosporin and the Band-Aid and the juice here would be to understand that you can't fix everything and you can't be involved in everything, right? What are the most successful organizations out there? Okay, what are the most successful organizations out there? Some of the most successful ones are ones that specialize, right? Think about people out there who want to get things done. A generalist like in sort of like fix it all we can do anything type organization or advocacy group or charity is one that can get a lot of people on board and has like a really big tent. But the problem with a big tent is that it needs a lot of structure to hold it up. It needs a lot of people working it. It needs a lot of money coming into it to do a lot of stuff that they want to do, because they have their hands in everything. But some of the most successful organizations out there are ones that care about how many things? One or just a handful? The most successful people out there are ones that dedicate themselves, their lives, their work, their ideas to like one thing. And that doesn't mean you don't have to care about all these other things, but I mean that it's probably better to focus on something. There's a reason when I say that if you want to be involved in organization and politics and this type of stuff, pick something. Pick one thing. Don't pick everything, because you can't do everything. You can barely do one thing, okay? All right, some of you didn't even eat breakfast this morning. You can barely do that. Don't sit here and be like, oh, I need to do this, I need to do that. How about like make your bed in the morning first? Got you. Got it. Mr. Peterson. The ghost of Peterson lives inside me. You know? But in all seriousness, pick one thing. Pick one thing to really care about. Pick one thing to really dedicate yourself to. I don't just say it because it's just a nice phrase to say. I say it because it's something that's really important. You can be pulled in all of these different directions to try and do all of these different things, but then you'll end up doing literally nothing. You can't be pulled in every direction and think you're going to be moving forward. You won't be moving forward. You won't be moving backwards. You'll be doing the worst thing possible, which is not moving at all. And so it's important to make sure that you just pace yourself and pick something and not worry about literally everything, because you can't do everything. Have somebody else dedicate their life to that. There are people out there who have dedicated their lives to every problem out there, either making it better or making it worse, but they have. Think about it. You can't just sit here and think we haven't gotten something done in the last like couple years when it doesn't take a couple years to fix. When it comes to workers' rights, when it comes to things like workers' rights, when it came to things like women's rights and in civil rights, even like some of the first abolitionists were around in like the 1600s, and those people worked and they died, and many of those people never ever, the vast majority of those people even never ever saw any positive movement for what they were pushing for in their entire lives. Many of them saw it got worse, but over time, in 200 years, they were just over 200 years, they were proven right at the end. They got what they were looking for because they put in the work to be able to get it done. It's not something that you can get done super easily. It's not something you may be able to see in your lifetime, and that's okay. That's fine, because you will see great things in your lifetime. You'll see fantastic things in your lifetime. You will. It's not everything. You can't. It can't happen. All we can do is try to help some things in the meantime and keep going. And keep going time to time while we watch. Watch each thing we can try and fix. Well, each thing we can try to fix, all the while to keep moving forward. Yeah, like the best thing, the number one thing you can do right now is just keep living. That's the best thing that you can do. Now is the envy of all the dead. So true, perfectly worded. Perfectly worded. And listen, and don't feel too crazy about you not doing too much, not doing enough all the time, right? And trying to live up to other things, or trying to get work done, or thinking that your work will come quicker or at the same pace of another person, or your improvement will come at a different will come at the same pace as another person. You're not them. You can't do what they're doing because you are not them. Okay. And simply trying something that somebody else has because it worked for them is just not going to be something that works for you. There are incredible people who have changed the world even more than Albert Einstein. But if you told them to explain equals MC squared, they'll look at you like you have two heads. And the reason is because, and a lot of conservatives don't like this, the reason is because the same water the same exact water that can cook the same exact water that softens a tomato hardens an egg. Sorry, I completely misfucking said that. The same water that softens the potato hardens the egg. And basically what that means is that you can put as much shit as you want into one thing. You can try and do you can try and do something that you've seen work for somebody else, but they can easily be the potato, and you could very easily be the egg, where what they tried, what they did, what worked for them isn't something that works for you. And we see a lot of things like conservatives do that does not work for us, right? It just doesn't work for us. Like a lot of people, I don't care for my family, all I can do to help them and focus on my life. Yeah, do anything you can to help them and then focus on your life. Yeah. Oh no, my chat's refreshing. Oh Lord help me. Wallahi, I'm finished. Judging a fish by how fast it can climb a tree type deal. Yeah, basically just like that. So the question is if like, do you have to be sad to be a leftist? I think no. I think it comes with the territory a lot because we just simply care about so many things and we have such big hearts. But you need to understand that you just being sad isn't good for your advocacy, for your work, for what you want to do, because it leads you to just clocking out and not doing anything, right? And that's the last thing we need to do, because if we're going to be honest with ourselves, if we're going to be completely honest with ourselves, okay, understand this. The last thing we need is more leftists, more progressives, more like these people doing less work and not being involved in politics, okay? One of the big problems that we have right now is that not enough of us are involved in politics. Not enough of us are caring, not enough of us are voting, not enough of us are doing these things that are guaranteed to help make the world better. A lot of us are just clocked out. And while it's not just 100% our faults, yeah, we play into it, and it's important to be able to understand that. And there's less of us doing that type of stuff is better. Yeah, and that's a great point, how you're not meant to be super happy or really happy all the time. One thing that can even make you more sad is how you need to, and some people may get this from this video, and I want to make this completely clear. You don't need to be happy all the time. It's kind of like how like the body positivity movement kind of stifled itself, and where I think it really got wrong is the idea that it pushed the idea that you should be happy about yourself and this stuff, and you should be happy with like the way that you look, which is not something that a lot of people can just do, or we should push them to absolutely do. Anyways, goes up and down. It trills and chills. But yeah, that's one of the big reasons why the body positivity movement kind of fell apart. Like this, you can't expect people to just constantly be happy all the time with the way they look and who they are. That's not natural. It's not normal. You're asking somebody to do something that's completely unnatural to human beings. But understanding the way you feel and then doing some, and then making proactive steps towards it will make you feel better, even if you're not completely great at it, even if you're not doing everything you possibly could. It'll more likely than not make you feel better about what you're doing. That work that you're putting in will be good for making yourself feel better. Will it completely fix all problems? No, that takes work, but it can be great for you still. So I would say 100% give it a try and work on it. You don't have to be sad. You don't have to be depressed to be a leftist. And there's lots of things that are going wrong in the world, but there are also many things that are getting better. I talked about how a lot of other leftists focus on, bad things. There's so many bad things in the world. There's so many things to care about. You can just take a look at a lot of like leftist spaces and people who talk about this type of stuff, and most of the stuff they're going to be talking about is not wins and W's and stuff like that. The most stuff they're going to be talking about are problems and sadness and pain and people dying and how people aren't going to make it. And yeah, it's true that not everybody's going to make it. We can help as many people as we possibly can, but the simple fact that there is a problem means that there's probably going to be the same problem tomorrow, and there's going to be a similar problem the day after that. If not similar because it's better, or similar because it's worse. We're just not necessarily sure, and we can't completely control that, but we can try to control who we are, and we can try to control what we do. We can do that. Do you think Maxwell Frost is decent? He's a congressman that's 26, Gen Z. Yeah, I know Frost. I haven't looked into all of his stuff really. So yeah, that idea of all this type of stuff kind of came to me because there's this guy on Twitter. He only and he got a bit into a back and forth, a kerfuffle with another person that we know on stream, and he talked about. He's one of those people where every single tweet that they make has something to do with like how much he hates leftists, basically. And he basically was like, people say AIPAC is this, people say AIPAC is that, and people say AIPAC that the pack that super supports Israel, that the Israeli government pack out there, they're successful for this or that reason, and we'll talk about some of that in a little bit. But the real reason why they're successful is because the only thing that they care about is your support for Israel. They don't care if you're like, they don't care if you're like pro or anti-abortion. They don't care about if you're racist. They don't care about if like anything. Okay, they don't care about anything. The only thing they care about is your stance on Israel, and that's it. That's really just basically it. Now, outside of that, if there's something like really, really bad that'll make them look bad, and they're like on the list of donors publicly, then obviously they're probably going to pull some support. But outside of that, if you're just straight up like, hey, I love me some Israel, they're like, oh, here, sir, take all the money that you want. Get in there and do more great things for Israel. And that's all they care about. And there is some truth to that. Yeah. The reason why they're so successful is because the only thing they care about is your stance on Israel. Same with like a lot of anti-abortion acts and PACs and all these types of things. The reason why they're so big and why they're so successful is not only the fact that they've worked for over 60 years to get Roe and Dobbs overturned, and like 60 years later they were able to finally do it, but also because they only care about one thing, and that's like your position on abortion, whether or not you want to force a woman to give birth or not. That's literally all that they care about. And if you have any other opinions, more likely than not, they just won't care that much about it at all. That's just not something that they're in the business of. They're in the business of you care about this issue, and you're going to be putting through laws about this issue, or you're not. And that's basically it. And there is some usefulness in that, specifically because they're able to get more things done and get more people in their pocket, because people don't have to sign on to what this dude described as like a litany, a bevy of progressive ideals for them to even want to even start to support you. So I mean, and there is some truth to that, because I'm going to be honest, a lot of leftist like organizations, PAC, stuff like that are more like aren't just like, oh yeah, sign on to we care about your position on Medicare for all. Do you like Medicare for all or not? It's like that, and then it's also abortion, and then it's also immigration and your specific immigration policy, and then your climate policy, because that's really important, your climate policy as well. And then you really have to think about how we're going to destruct the United States global hegemony and our in our usage of like overthrowing governments and war crimes across the world, and how that needs to really stop. Oh, and also if you really think about it, I mean, the homelessness issue, like that's a really big domestic problem here that needs to be overdone. And also like the expansion of the also the expansion of the police state is something that we really need to get on to. Like there's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff. And are all those things good? Yes. They're fantastic. but it's harder to get people to rally around like a massive bucket of things than it is to just have a bunch of people for just like one thing. And then there could be a lot of crossover as well, but it won't be perfect. You can't have that many like near perfect people. Should they believe that stuff? Yeah. Would it be fantastic? Yeah. Dude, would that make the world better? Absolutely. Is it going to happen overnight just like that? No, it won't. And it sucks. Right? Because and there's no reason why you can't criticize those types of people, but it also means that there are going to be some people in there that we're going to like disagree with, that some of these PACs and organizations will support. And, you know, maybe there's just like a couple of things that you would sign on to, but not like everything. Maybe there's more social, maybe there's a more economic one, right? There's all this type of stuff that you can possibly do, but a lot of leftist organizations have you sign on to like a lot of stuff, which leaves a lot of people to be like, nah, I'm good, honestly. What if you're a Muslim supporter for Israel? What about it? Like, huh? Oh, you mean APAC? Oh, APAC loves those. It's like the Daily Wire with black people, or like PragerU with black people. They love those. They love those guys. Those are their favorite guys. 100%. There's less guys that they love more than those type of guys. You framed how bad it is. We have so many problems. True. We do have a bunch of problems, but that's okay because because we're not a dead political ideology.
This meme is
in many ways we're a growing political ideology, and that's actually a great way to subject into like that's a great way to segue into something else that I want to talk about a little bit, is like political representation as well. A lot of people will talk about how there aren't that many progressive politicians out there, and that's true, there aren't. But how there aren't that many like progressives just period out there. A lot of us may get like a big head about wondering. A lot of us may get a big head about thinking about how many progressives are really out there. Only a third of the Democratic Party considers themselves, you know, progressive. In like any real big way, right? And some people even call like people like Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi just straight up progressive, right? Which is, you know, very least debatable. That's a debatable thing to say. I'll just say that because we're not here for all that right now. Yeah, people talk like the last generation didn't have problems. Oh, they had a bunch of problems, and they left us with a lot of their problems. But that's just kind of how problems work, unfortunately. That's just how they work, unfortunately. Also, Zabit, thank you so much for giving Trans Girl Jade the tier 2 subscription. They said Pizza tier 2. Really? That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. That's incredibly kind. Thank you. You need more people to participate in the local elections? We'll get to that in a second. What the heck was I just talking about? Somebody please jog my memory. What the heck was I just talking about? I beg of you. Not that many of them. Thank you. The progressives. Anyways, only about a third of the Democratic Party calls themselves progressives. And there are a lot of other people out there who will call themselves progressives and that don't vote. A lot of people who don't vote are actually pretty progressive. Now, there's a lot of people out there who are these days. There are I think a lot more conservatives out there who don't vote, but that's for like a pretty good reason. And we won't talk about that here right now, but maybe in a second if we wrap back around to it. We don't need to be the majority of the Democratic Party. Okay, we don't need to be the majority of the Democratic Party. We don't need to be the majority of like Congress. We don't need to be the majority of the House. We don't need to be any of that. There's just no need for it. Would it be great? Yeah. Do we need to do it? No. We don't need to be the majority of the American population. We don't need to be that. What we need to be is a problem for the establishment, a problem for the people in power, an issue. Okay, because that's what politics is really about. It should be about making problems and solving problems. And more people would like to say solving problems, but many times, especially if there's a profit motive involved, it's about causing problems. But those problems are caused specifically to fix another problem, like a war is waged partly to help a company whose profits aren't doing too well. So yeah, I mean. Yeah, it caused a problem, but it fixed another one, which is us not having enough money, because infinite money is just simply not enough. As you know, right? What we need to be is an issue. The biggest thing and best thing that we can do is specifically specifically forcing the Democrats and the people in power to take us seriously and to not ignore us. That's the biggest thing that we can do. Become essential, and then constantly cause problems is the best thing that we can do as a political ideology working in the country. And and that may sound bad, and I know a lot of like vote blue no matter who Democrat is being a part of, like being a Democrat is a part of their like a personality, are going to hate that type of stuff. But what we need to do is cause as many civil rights organizers and activists call it, causing good trouble. It's causing good trouble. That's the best thing that we could do. Making it so that Democrats have to do things like have better takes on like abortion, the environment, on wars, on Gaza, right, on Israel, on like women's rights and racism and all this type of stuff. Making them be forced to have better takes on that to be able to win our votes are the biggest thing on the social safety net. Are the biggest things and best things that we can do right now when it comes to advocacy. And I'm not even talking about on the federal level, because so many things happen on the federal level that don't even have much to do with your like personal life. Okay, we talk about Congress a lot, but at the end of the day, more likely than not, Congress doesn't have anything to do with your life on a day-to-day basis, and they just don't, right? A lot of things that they could probably fix that are in your life, but a lot of things they absolutely can't, like housing prices. That's not something that Congress can just wave their magical wand and then fix. There are things that they can do to help alleviate it, but just fixing it outright, no, absolutely not. That they're not going to be able to do that. Many problems in your local area are caused by your local politicians. It's very easy for your local politicians to basically not do anything and not have to worry about consequences because nobody knows who they are. Okay, do you know your mayor right now? Do you know your mayor? Do you know the person in your state house that represents your district? Have you seen that person before? Have you ever seen them? Do you even know the name of your own governor? Right now, like, do you know that? Do you know the do you know the person who's the Speaker of the House of your Chamber of Delegates or your House of Representatives in your state? Do you know about the Senate leader for your Senate in the state? Do you know about all that type of stuff? Do you know that? A lot of people they can't answer that question, which is a massive problem. Which is why a lot of progressive organizations recently are working on a ground level to get this type of stuff done. Because at the end of the day, that's where real change happens. Like in Dallas, where they were able to use the city's budget to be able to buy out an entire hotel and then turn the hotel into hundreds and hundreds of permanent and temporary housings for unhoused people and people having housing issues in the city and outside of the city. That's an incredible thing. That's something that could only happen with work done at the local level. You can't ask Joe Biden for stuff like that, and you shouldn't either. There were 66 socialists in my city, not a lot. You mean in having representation? Like in your local government? Or are you just talking about in your city 100%? I don't, because there's probably more than that in your city unless you have like a really, really small city. slowly make your positions more popular, so they have to adopt them. A bit, but they don't even necessarily have to be that popular, because at the end of the day, your average American doesn't care about that much. Like we don't like to talk about this too often, but your average American really doesn't give a shit about basically anything. Like your average American like gives a shit about like how much is coming out of their taxes at the end of the year and how much is the price of cheese, like sharp cheddar cheese at their local Walmart. That's what your average American cares about, honestly. And outside of that, like you can poll them and you can be like, oh, do you support this? Do you support that? And they'll be like, yeah, sure, I guess. But if you ask them, like, is that something that you actually care about voting on? The answer is probably no. They probably don't give a shit. That's probably if the politician that they voted for was like, we're gonna make your life like slightly less expensive, but we're also going to drop a nuke on like 57 newborn brown children, they'll be like, yeah, you know, that's unfortunate for them over there, but like, you know, my bacon package, my pound of thick cut Maplewood smoked bacon from Walmart being $8 is just a little too much. $7.50 max. Right? Is why I'm so politically active, to undo that. That's true, but also it's a bad thing because people don't like it, it's not something that people are going to care about that much. But it's also a good thing because that means that we can get that stuff done and people will be like, yeah, that's great. But also you won't have a lot of pushback about people people undoing it. It won't be as controversial, which is easier for stuff to get done because politicians hate like super controversial stuff. If it's super easy to get done, people just kind of like it, but they don't care that much about it. But you can rattle off a bunch of good things that have happened and they'll be like, yeah, that's cool. That's great. The big problem is that when we become something that nobody cares about politically, and by politically, in this sense, I mean like electorally, which is not the only thing that matters, but let's be honest, it's a pretty important thing. Not being somebody that no politician cares about electorally is probably one of the worst things for making the world a better place, because a lot of that change comes electorally. Okay, here's basically what I'm saying is that I love Bernie. And what he did was incredibly important for moving Biden more left wing, for moving Hillary Clinton more left wing, and moving the entirety of the Democratic Party and many people that even I know more left wing and open to these ideas. Things like Medicare for all being talked about as a genuine policy position is something that many progressives would have scoffed at you for actually believing pre-2016, but a lot of those, you know, progressives probably didn't exist and weren't progressives pre-2016, pre-Bernie too, as well, right? This being said, him being like, the coalition that he was trying to build was never going to work. It's just kind of stupid. And by stupid, I mean in the sense of you being a politician, it's kind of stupid. Like, think about it. I'm going to bet winning this election by having people who don't vote and don't really care about voting to vote for me. If once you frame it like that, you're like, oh yeah, there was no way bro was going to win, but he almost did. He got kind of close. He was in many ways he got kind of close, which is pretty cool. But at the end of the day, he was probably not really going to win. It's going to be very hard to be able to do stuff like that, and the reason is wanting to win by having trying to win by getting people who don't vote to vote for you is a very difficult thing. Why in the world? Like, think about it for a second. Outside of just being a good person, because we're talking about politicians right here. They don't really care about that. Outside of just being a good person, why should like a lot of the Democratic politicians give a shit about young people, like young voters? Why should they give a shit about young voters? Why should they give a shit about like, you know, people who are suffering, homeless people? Homeless people don't really vote. All right. Why should they give a shit about like young people? Young people don't really vote. Why should they give a shit about what you have to say? Honestly, because you're not the one putting them in office. Yeah, they might technically be your constituent, like you're technically their constituent, but like you know, dirt also doesn't vote. And that's basically what they think. Why in the world would they care? Like, they can anger you as much as they want. What are you gonna do? Not vote for them? Oh wait, you already don't. Right? Why should they care? Why should they care? Right? Why should they care? Especially if a lot of them can win. Like, at the end of the day, we're like, oh yeah, good luck winning without our vote. Sometimes they do just win without our vote. Sometimes they just do. Right? And then what? Then like the bluff doesn't work. And sometimes the bluff doesn't work, and also the actual action doesn't work either. So like, now what? That we cross our arms and then get angry? Low turnout helps conservatives in many instances. With the last election that we had, the last general election, with a lot of those special elections and like the governorship, votership was down there too, but Democrats still outperformed the polls. They still did kind of fine, right? They still did kind of fine. And that's just how it is. Sometimes they don't always need our vote because they base their politics already on people who do vote and who are problems in their constituency, right? Why do the Democrats right now listen to people like why do they listen to people like Connor Lamb in the House, but don't listen to people like AOC as much? Is because they just don't cause as many problems. They just don't, right? There aren't that many of them to cause that many problems, and when it's time for them to cause a lot of problems, they just kind of have to fold a little bit because they're a part of like a massive organization. But that's the best thing about activists, is that we can be circling, we can be satellite. We can satellite that organization without genuinely being a part of it, so we can have some sway without being completely beholden to the things that they do, which is great. That's literally our job. That's literally our job, right? And so being essential and then causing problems is the best way to get whatever you want. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like back when I worked at McDonald's. I was like one of the best workers there. I'm not trying to brag or anything. It's because I showed up mostly on time. I was never more than like 3 minutes late usually. And like to clock in. Okay. And like the customers like me, and I got like almost all of my work done, and was able to help other people, and was genuinely just a nice person to be around, which you cannot say for like a lot of people who work at McDonald's. They got a lot of stuff going on in their life. Okay. And so they like me a lot at McDonald's. They like me a lot at my McDonald's. All right. I wasn't doing extra work. I wasn't like, oh sure, I'll stay over completely unpaid. Right. I wasn't doing that shit. Okay. If I was like, if it was my time to clock out, but then somebody asked me to do something else, I'm stopping the clock out. Okay. I'm stopping my clock out, and then I'm going to help them, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I clock out. Right. Or if I do clock out and they ask me to do something, I like tell a manager, I'm like, hey, help me clock in again. Put me in, coach, and then I'll help you. Right. But I did good work. And then, I was looking at my paycheck. I was like, I think I should be paid more for this, because there are times when I've absolutely did more than one person's job. And I'm like, I think I should be paid more than one person. And so I was like, well, I'm just thinking about leaving. And they said, no, you're not. Now, obviously you can't do this all the time. And the big reason, and that's why we love collective action, isn't it? Because like one person leaving sometimes is like, oh no, you can't. Oh no, who gives a shit? Anyways, but the entire workforce leaving, all of them being like, we need to get paid more, or else you need to fuck off, is something that's a massive problem. But it was a small store, so obviously me leaving, who does like a lot of the work, is going to be way worse for them. And so they specifically were like, yeah, like I'll give you whatever you want. And you know what? I got a pay raise and better hours out of that too. Is because, and the reason why isn't just because I like had the managers in my pocket or something. I had friends I got friends in high places. I did indeed. But the main reason is because I made myself essential. And then I started causing problems. I made myself essential by being one of the best workers. And then I started causing problems by saying that I'm going to leave. Right. And so being a part of these organizations and being a part of the political process is incredibly important, because nobody would give a shit about us if we weren't. Right. That we can cry and whine, but like, who gives a shit about a YouTube video when when the people who are actually going to be voting, the geezers, the homeowners, the people who are more conservative, right? The people who care more about property prices going down, like who care, who like, I mean, and one great way to think about this, okay? Homeless people versus homeowners, okay? What, think about it. Why do politicians care more about homeowners than they do about homeless people? And it's not just simply because, like, and you can't just type in yo capitalism, Lamau, right? And even though that is obviously a point to it, the reason why they care more is because homeowners vote and homeless people die on the street. That's the end of the day. That at the end of the day, that's why they care more about them, because homeless people aren't the ones who are going to be showing up at town halls. Homeless people aren't the ones that are going to be advocating against them, really. They're too busy dying on the street to be able to do that. When homeowners, those like geezers, the like 50-year-olds, the Gen X who want to maintain property values, are the ones who care. The homeless people who want housing prices to go down so they could afford a home are at exact ends of to the homeowners who want property prices to go up, because that means that they're able to refinance, they're able to like remortgage their home and then get extra money out of it. Somebody obviously wants property prices to go up. Like somebody who already owns a home wants like property values to go sky high. Right? If you own like a $300,000 home, and in the next like 10 years, the price of that home goes up to like 1.3 million, obviously you love that, because then you can sell your home and then boom, you're a millionaire, right? It's one of the best investments that you can make as like a homeowner. And the funniest thing about it is that it usually comes paired with one of the best investments you can make, which is buying a home, is now completely ran by speculation and then people just trying to make a quick buck, instead of it being sacred as a place, as like places where people live their lives and start their families, and it's the most intimate place. Is just like another way to make money. And the reason why that was allowed to continue, that the reason why the 2008 financial crisis was able to happen, is because people are just, those people vote. The BlackRock and the people who own the homes, they vote. They pay into the system. The people who don't, they don't vote. So who gives a shit if they die? What are they gonna do? Not vote for me? Oh wait, they already do. They already don't. So that's basically what I'm saying here, right? Is that, yeah, like being a part of it and mattering is very important. And that doesn't mean that we can't criticize them. You should the entire time. That's the point. But us as leftists, we have a lot of problems. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of solutions as well. We do. Instituting them is the hard part, which is something that I think is going to happen. I think the left is better than it has been kind of ever, right? The singular unified front that I've seen from the left recently, as from like 2016, is way more connected, is way more influential than it ever has been. And I think the 2020 election cycle, and people talking about, and Bernie's policies being like the number one things that people were talking about, and it being specifically pretty policy focused compared to like every other election that you can think about, which is more about, we believe in the soul of the American people. Like, shut the fuck up, grandpa. Nobody cares. Talk about how you want to make my life better and how you plan to do that. And that's exactly what we got. That's a left-wing progressive thing that was helped push into the cultural zeitgeist. And I hope that it's going to continue. And I've been seeing a lot of those things continue. That's a great thing. We've been seeing a lot more unified fronts. I mean, specifically on like when it comes to the like Israel, Gaza, and Israel's genocide of the Gazan people, I've been seeing so many more people being focused on this kind of one thing, protesting for this one thing. While there are lots of other things out there that need to be dealt with as well. One thing at a time. Focusing yourself into one thing is something that you can find incredibly something that you can find incredibly rewarding. 100%, yeah. So I think I've learned a lot from this like anti-progressive, anti-leftist reading, and I think some of the things that they said were true. I mean, obviously we've gone through a lot of the things that I like personally disagree with. We talk about all the time on the channel. But yeah, I think it's I personally think this is really important, and I think it's great that we're moving in a better direction with all this type of stuff. Yeah, I think things are going pretty well. I really do. I really do. Can't vote without an address, right? Employee of the month. I did actually get employee of the month. I'm gonna be honest. I'm in support of housing from being homeless. Best thing ever. Homelessness is no joke. It was scary. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Well, there we go. Anything else that you need to talk about when it comes to, does being a leftist mean that you have to be sad? Were you Squidward or SpongeBob? Well, there's this little mini story about when I used to wear this, and you see me wear it every now and again. You'll see me wear it in pictures every now and again. This is a bright yellow jacket that I love. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite jacket. It's like this. It's this light yellow windbreaker, and I used to wear it to McDonald's all the time, just to help out when it gets cool or something, right? And my and I remember I walked in to work one day and I was like, good morning everyone. I was like saying people's name, good morning Kristen, good morning Haley, good morning good morning everyone, right? And then my coworker, my friend Kristen, she walked up to me and she's like, shut the hell up, you happy ass, come in here smiling with your bright ass like the goddamn Teletubby sun, fucking good morning. We work at McDonald's. Oh, it's funny as hell. She's hilarious. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always sad. Morning, fucker. I agree with her. I agree with her. Cut that shit. Cut that good morning shit out. Yeah, because then they have to say good morning back. Right? We work at McDonald's. Ain't nothing good about this morning. Anyways, the fries are ready to pull. Hey. Anyway, so yeah, I guess I was SpongeBob more. I guess it was more SpongeBob. I was more chilling. I was being chilling a lot of the time. There's a reason why I worked there for 2 years. But anything else that you think we should talk about on, like, do you have to be sad to be a leftist? Anything else? You think I missed anything else you want to hear about? Or anything we should talk about? We'd love to know your thoughts on this. And you know what? I'll be nice. I'll pull up YouTube chat. I usually don't pull up YouTube. I'm pulling up YouTube chat right now. Yo, YouTube chat. Wait a second. YouTube chat. YouTube chat. I choose you, YouTube chat. Go on, YouTube chat. I see you right now, okay? I love you guys. I hope you know that. I hope you know that. Hi, Mr. Shark. Hello. Nice to see you. Can I get a pop out? Does this thing pop out? Okay, I'll pop out. Pull up at the after party. Yeah, I'll put it over here. Hide. What's going on, my frogs? Do you guys think we need to talk about anything else when it comes to this? Do you think you need to be sad to be a leftist? When it comes to politics, stuff like that, you all ever check out of politics, as in, like leave it because it's just too much, too overwhelming, stuff like that. Yeah, your driver's license recently. Yay, that's kind of badass. Nice work. I think it's important to have other things going on. You know what? That's actually a great point. Some of you all don't have hobbies. I love you, okay? You're very special. Some of you don't have hobbies. Some of you don't do anything besides think about politics. And that's like sad. I love you. You need to get a life. It's so you need to be in other communities where you can just talk to normal people sometime who aren't completely invested in politics, because it helps you understand those people better. And so it helps you like think about the way you can advocate more. People who are more connected to others are just usually way better. It's so much better for you to be able to connect with those types of people, how you can you can decompress and stuff like that. I'm super I'm not I don't think my girlfriend and a lot of other people believe this sometimes, but I'm pretty oh, what's the word? I'm forgetting it. I remember I said this to you on our date and I accidentally said submissive, but that wasn't the right word. Remember that? Yeah. I'm pretty introverted. I'm actually a pretty introverted person. What? You laughing? Why are you laughing? Shut up. Anyways, I'm a pretty introverted person. But I remember talking about politics around it may sound crazy. I remember talking about politics around the break table back when I worked, because something big will happen and then somebody will mention it, right? And then I wouldn't interject, but I'll talk about it a tiny bit, and then I kind of got known in the store that I'm the guy who's good at talking about this type of stuff, and I talk about this type of stuff all the time, right? And I remember, especially when I started out, people were like, I really like the way that you talk about these types of things because you seem just like a normal person. You seem like a cool dude who I can imagine just being one of my coworkers, just talking to me over some brewskis or playing a game or something. And that's actually what I've done before, 100%. It's something I do, and I kind of like to bring that type of cadence and bring that type of energy to stream, and it seemed like a lot of people enjoy it. I mean, I'm successful enough, right? All I have for hobbies is gaming. You should pick up something else. Try photography. You can literally do it with your phone that you're probably watching this on right now. Trying to get into drawing. Try and get into anything else. I've been making little fish tanks. Like I said, I was talking about my fish tank. I've been trying to talk about fish tank. I've been making no filter aquatic aquascapes recently, and it's been incredibly fun, and it doesn't even take that much money, honestly. Get into some card games. You don't even have to buy the cards. A lot of card games you can play online for free. Go do other stuff. Do other stuff. Or change the way you consume these type of topics, instead of consuming them in the way of this is just an interesting thing to learn about. Sometimes you got to turn your brain off sometimes when you learn about other stuff. This is just an interesting thing to learn about, instead of I need to pick apart every single micro bit of this bullshit to be able to finally understand it, and how is this personally integrated into my worldview. You don't have to do all that. Sometimes you can just be watching. Sometimes you could really just be watching, and that's a great way for you to learn as well too. You don't always got to be locked in, okay? Sometimes you can drive without the seatbelt on. Listen, okay? I'm not a cop. This isn't click it or ticket. You can drive without the seatbelt on as a treat. As a treat from me to you. Do not do this. Anyways. On this, anything else you think we should talk about? About being sad as a leftist, huh? I think this content replaced true crime. Oh, okay. You know what? It kind of is true crime. What, the Moms for Liberty leader being found out to be a convicted PDF file. It kind of sometimes it is literally true crime. Yeah, Planned Parenthood finally got realized as supporters of genuine PDF files. These people make me sick. So yeah, I think we're good there. I got that Planned Parenthood thing from Reddit. I saw somebody say it on Twitter. It was really good. Slash marker. Lefty hate over. Okay. That can be chopped up pretty hard. I think there's good stuff in there. I think some stuff could be cut. I think that'll make a good video. That's a good video right there. Right there, right there. I saw a lot of people say they would like more conceptual, like concept videos of me just kind of yapping. And I feel like we haven't made those videos in a while. I haven't just been yapping for a little bit. Nothing really came to my mind that I really want to yap about for a while until that came about. And that was really fun. We should do more of that type of stuff. You love the yap. People love the yap sessions, I will say. Yeah, we talked about Chauvin getting stabbed in prison. Crazy. Just want to hear your voice sometimes. So what are some things that we can focus on instead of electoral politics? Well, I mean, like hobbies, activism in your, like working in your local area, stuff like that. If you're talking about things like what, like focus on like one thing, I would say like just, you know, pick one thing that's really important to you. For me personally, when it comes to, if I was like a one issue voter or something, more likely than not, my issue that I would pick would probably be healthcare and like Medicare for all. I've told the story before about my family members who have passed away due to not having access to healthcare specifically, and the fear of healthcare costs, which has driven them away from getting, you know, good healthcare. Things along these lines are things that have impacted me personally, that I have a personal story with, that I'm personally connected to, that makes me want to be involved in that I can find a drive to do to save people from having other types of experiences like that. Basically, so for me, that would be that. Maybe you have a tragic villain backstory that turns you into an activist. Maybe you don't. Maybe you have just something that you really care about very much. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just really like dogs, so you work on the eradication of kill shelters and education with people not getting dogs just as a fucking toy or something, right? Which leaves a lot of pounds right now completely over encumbered after. Like one of the saddest stories I heard after the pandemic lockdowns came about is that a lot of people's houses, a lot of people gave back dogs that they adopted, dogs and cats and stuff and pets that they adopted from pounds or pet shops and stuff like that, because they're like, I have no need for this creature anymore, so I'm just gonna give him back to the pound. Like you don't get a pet as a part of your family. You just get him as like a toy, right? That's hecked up. Yeah, so maybe you care about that type of stuff, right? Maybe you make that your one issue, huh? How about that? What if you make the environment your one issue? What if you make decolonization your one? Maybe you make racism your one issue. Maybe you make women's rights your one issue. Maybe you make like trans rights your one issue. And you don't have to, it doesn't have to be the one thing that you only care about or being a one issue voter. Just, if you're going to be an activist specifically, specializing, it would do you some good. And, you know, specializing would do you some good in like helping you understand, you know, the good and bad of things that you advocate for. Because more likely than not, you're just going to see people say bad stuff all the time because bad stuff gets clicks and good stuff doesn't. But if you are somebody whose number one issue is things like, you know, the housing, then you'll be a lot happier to know that there's a lot of great stuff going on with like housing unions and local governments and cities working on how the homelessness crisis in a way that's actually sensible, reasonable, and effective. So yeah, I would say that. Do you guys have any other concept video ideas that you think that we should do? I asked a little bit in the community note section, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't get many great ideas. I didn't get many great ideas. So maybe I'll ask here for the people who are more active, because you have to be more active to be a chatter. What do you guys think? Universal healthcare should be a fundamental right. That sounds like a great idea to me. And yo, if you're a YouTube viewer, yo, leave a like on the stream, bestie. I would really appreciate that. It helps other people see the fantasticness of our amazing community. Yeah, you guys got any ideas that you would like to hear about that you've been ideas that you've been thinking about? Just concepts, just talks that we could have. Neurodivergence in politics, what being neurodivergent and a minor? Could you could do your fish tank thing? What does that mean? They're talking about my fish tank? I don't know if like, I'm not one of those commentary channels where I could just talk about whatever and people will care. Unfortunately, there are like just specific things that people just don't care about. I mean, did you see how poorly our last video did? I made one about Biden. Shit got 13,000 views. Our average video gets 25,000. You all just don't care. You all just don't care. It's crazy how poorly that video did. I was shocked. It almost did as bad as the video that we made on Gaza. And you all really don't care about that. Macro econ research stream. I watched it. I appreciate you. One video I wanted to make is houses are unaffordable. So who's buying them? Or houses are unaffordable. But that's the point. You know what's crazy is that we could very easily be on our way to well, actually, it's not even a can. We're very easily on our way to another massive housing crisis right now. Houses are indeed unaffordable, but people just keep buying them. So remember how we're like, oh, you know, like, oh, I wish for like the housing market to crash and for housing prices to fall. That might not happen for a while. And it's not because houses are going to be too unaffordable. They're already too unaffordable. You know what happened is that they've just started to give out bigger loans. They're just okay giving out bigger loans. And like what, you know how it's like, you know, it used to be like 10% down on a house. Now, instead of it being, you have to put 10% down on a house, you have to put like 8%, 5%, 3% down on a house. That's basically what they're saying now. So the houses are getting more expensive, but what they're basically doing is just making what they're basically doing now is just having like the entry point to get in just be less. It's bullshit. It's scary, right? It's one of the 2008 too, Electric Boogaloo. Now, right? It's not good. The commercial housing market, real estate market might crash in the next couple of years. Yo, guys, we get a warehouse. Can you imagine how sick it would be if I'm streaming from the Shark warehouse? Oh my Lord. Yay. But yeah, the normal housing market might not crash for a while because for now it's sustainable to be able to offer people less, like, you know, you having to put less down while having them get in houses that are more and more and more unaffordable as time goes on. So at the moment, yeah, that's the plan right now from what I've seen, is that just have people put less down so people can still get into some houses, but then just take money from them for the rest of their lives. Hi, big fan of you. Love you. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Thank you. Talk about urbanism, like not just bikes. I hate car culture. Yeah, we could talk about some. We could talk about some car culture. That could be pretty cool. We really need to be looking into housing cooperatives. In that video, we could talk about that. That'd be a good idea. Like the idea how to get your conservative or centrist friends and family to lean more left. The real red pill, getting your conservative centrist friends to be socialist. There you go. Yeah, we could do a video on that. I don't think I've done a video on that in like a while. We might be able to do something like that. Getting your family to vote. A big stick. 15-minute cities. Do a Zillow list of the most outrageous housing prices. I don't know about all that. Getting your family to vote. I think that would also fall into like here. I'm gonna put this in my video ideas folder. Bread pilling your friends. Do a video on accelerationists. Did you pick out your glasses? Wait, what? Like me? Like I put, like myself? Yeah, these are my glasses myself. Yeah, I bought them. I picked them. My mom doesn't buy my glasses anymore. I buy cooler glasses than she usually puts on me. Love her though. Not just houses either. I make 2,200 and can't find even a shitty 1-bedroom for less than 2,000. Yeah, trying to leave you with like 200 a month. It's crazy. Well, the Protestant work ethic is killing us. I kind of made a video on that already about like Gen Z and like work culture, but Protestant work ethic. We could do a video on, you know, a good idea would be like the con idea of suffering making you stronger, and then I'll also do the gym to fascism pipeline, because I think this is something that's interesting to me, right? Like how, like the gym to fascism pipeline that's been happening, like how conservatives have just coalesced around the idea of working out and turned it into, and then just wanted, and then are attempting to turn it into like a right-wing thing. Like going to the gym is now like a right-wing thing. It's a conservative thing. And some people on the left have also been helping out with that as well, making like the gym bro, the gym rat be like the evil conservative man as well. The swoletariat Need more lefty people in the gym. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to make have like lefty workout content, because usually a lot of the content that I've seen from a lot of content creators, especially if they branch out more into like extra stuff, is like pretty problematic. Because here's the thing. If you're a workout tuber, here's the problem that I see with like other content creators. I'm like, if you want to actually make this into a job that you can live the rest of your life on, you gotta pick a topic that you can talk about for the rest of your life. There's always going to be problems in politics. There's always going to be politics. I'm always going to have a job. As long as politics does something, I'm always going to have something to talk about, period. Okay. And I can even branch slowly into just talking about more current events and stuff like that. And even though it may do poorly at the moment, if I keep it up and keep doing it consistently, I can build a an audience around something that's super adjacent, which is just commentary in general, really, right? Which I think would a lot of people would also, who are part of the channel, would even still like, because I am trying to branch into just more normie commentary as well. I feel like that would be kind of cool. Not super normie, but obviously would wrap back into the stuff that I'm familiar with, but you know what I mean. On that note, if you pick something that has an endpoint, then you're going to reach the end. Here's the thing. You can only show people how to do lateral raises so many times until you can't make another lateral raise video. You can only show people how to do like glute raises or deadlifts or like Bulgarian split squats so many times until it's over. There's only so many workout ideas that you can do until you've just done it all. There's only so many muscles in the human body. New lift just dropped. I mean, yeah, glute raises are kind of a new lift. A little bit, yeah. It's kind of a new lift. There's only so many muscles and you can only do so many things. There's an end point at some point in time. So what happens is that they're like, all right, I've reached the end of the road with this type of stuff. I have to talk about something else. I have to do something else. And so obviously then they branch into more commentary type stuff, obviously, as it like kind of circles workout. So that's why people like what's his name, More Plates More Dates, that Derek More Plates More Dates guy, that's why he was branched out into more commentaries type stuff. And usually these types of people are more likely to just lean more conservative in many ways. And you can think about why they may lean more conservative. There's a lot of reasons for why. I think conservatives have cornered the market when it comes to working out. And a lot of the things is people who's make their thing working out will likely believe a couple of specific things, right? They're more likely to believe a couple of specific things. More like the idea when it comes to working out, right? A big thing is discipline, and a big thing is structure, discipline, consistency, being able to take pain and then push through it. And the idea of more of that pain being able to make you stronger, especially since when it comes to like a pretty big like gym bro idea of, oh, if you feel pain, that means you're doing it correctly, right? It's a little less of that now, but it's still something that's very much there and happens. Things indeed. Yeah, picking up yourself by your bootstraps, really, like it fixing a lot of your problems as well. These are things, and you may be able to pick it up already. These are many things and ideas that can easily overlap with, conservative ideals. These are things that overlap pretty strongly with a lot of conservative ideals already about the world. And so if it works in the gym, it's very easy for you to be like, oh, it works in the gym, it can work in the rest of the world. It's something that happens a lot. And I think that's a big reason for why people lean more conservative in that way. And so and it's a lot of people that they're around as well. Life sucks good. Man, it's a little bit of life sucks good, but it's kind of more of life sucks, but you know, use that suckage to and channel your inner strength and turn it into something good type stuff. My brother's a gym bro, and his GF told him to stop working out because muscular is ugly, apparently. I'm gonna tell you this right now. There are a lot of women who believe that. There are a lot of girlies out there who do not like the really big muscular look. They kind of hate it. Listen, if you want somebody fawning over your big muscles, okay? Go talk to other men in the gym or out of the gym. Or on Grindr, okay? That's where you'll have people more fawning over your muscles. Women probably won't do it. They probably won't do it like that. Yeah, get a boyfriend. The boys will love it. The boys will absolutely, they'll die for it, okay? I've never talked to a woman who likes really muscular guys. Hey, yo, babe. What do you think about the really muscular look? I'm talking about the Dorito-shaped boy with a really skinny, slutty waist. You shaking your head? That's a big no from you. She says it gives her fuckboy vibes. Well, there you go. Being too muscular gives women the ick. Like Toji. Toji is a bad father. Toji looks down at his one night stand and asks her, is she ready to be a single mother? Yo, what'd you say, babe? It's just so weird, right? Yeah. He thinks it's so weird. Very weird. I think most of the women in my family and me don't like huge muscles. Yeah, that's just not something that women really enjoy. Now, does that mean that you should have like no muscles on you? No. What girls actually like, what like the most amount of girls genuinely like is when you have some muscle on you, right? So basically what they really enjoy is where you're toned. They can, if you flex, they can see some muscles, and you got a little bit of meat on you. You're a little wider. But not like super. Women usually like that more than you being like washboard abs Dorito boy. Ladies like some muscles, not a monster. Yeah, you can have some muscles. Cause I had a look that I told you guys about, like the bear mode look that I'm trying to look like. And I showed my GF and she was like, that looks great. She's like, I would eat you alive. She was like, I will unhinge my jaw and swallow you whole if you look like that. And I was like, okay, babe, I'll make sure I get there for you. And the cum gutters, you can't forget about that. Some girls do enjoy the cum gutter look. How? Yeah, basically it was bear mode is what I wanted to be like. Like you're pretty muscular, but you also have like a thin layer of fat covering everything, and it's easier to maintain because you don't have, yeah, you have like a decent amount of muscle, but it's not, you don't have to be so lean that you need to show it all the time. It's there, and if you flex, people go, dang. You're just bigger. You're just a bigger person. Get smaller neck. Stop looking like Goku. I'm trying to expand my neck. Personally, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I want my neck to be wider. What? I shouldn't have a wider neck? Not like a lot wider, just like slightly. Yeah, I don't want my neck to be, you know, wider than my head. Wide gang. Yeah, the tree trunk. Gonna look like a Z fighter by next year. Yeah, I bet. So yeah, basically that's the play. That's the play. One more meme before we move on. Anybody else have any ideas about concept videos, just ideas that you think would make good good videos to talk about? Yeah, Derek Chauvin may be dead. They may have killed Derek Chauvin. That's crazy. By stabbing him in jail. Good pet food? I'm okay. Branching out into tech stuff and games sometimes. Like the new Modern Warfare. No shot. What happened? They're not putting out that many details about it because they want to be super cryptic about it. But at the moment, all we know is that Derek Chauvin got stabbed in jail, and then they had to perform life-saving medical care on him immediately. But he was at the hospital. Well, he was at prison, and then they had to rush him to the hospital for serious injuries. So my boy almost got gutted like a fish. It wasn't just like that. There was a big stab. I don't have an idea. Well, thank you for being honest. I appreciate you. Bye, Derek. Who that? Derek Chauvin's the guy who killed George Floyd. He's the cop that was kneeling on that guy's neck. Poke fun at Tradcaths, maybe? Maybe. John Doyle wellness check? We could do a Doyle wellness check. That's just a Matt Wells segment, right? Shh. Maybe. That is possible. Religious Bible. You think we should talk about you think if we should make a segment about what happened with Media Matters? How Elon and them have been trying to come for Media Matters? Oh, and also for the people wondering, are we going to be talking about Argentina? Yes. I haven't finished my segment on Ancapistan, also known as Argentina, formerly known as Argentina, but I plan on making a video about that soon. I love Elon content, easy way to get my views. That is true. I could just farm Elon. Elon is a good farming spot, I will say, for making content. Shitting on someone from the Daily Wire, easy money, and shitting on Elon Musk is like the easiest money pop. Like, I think all of my Elon, I don't think I have a single Elon video that I think has done poorly. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be 100% real with you. I don't think a single Elon video has ever done poorly. Like, literally not one of them. Which is kind of crazy. Wait, let me see. What the fuck is this? Oh, the only well, no, that video didn't do poorly because I was like, oh, this one got 6,000 views, but that one got 6,000 views because my channel was way smaller. The analytics for this video, yeah, it did like close to as high as my videos got back then. Wait, let's see. Yeah, 40,000, 30,000, 37, 17. That wasn't super big, but also that was back when we weren't making that much. Our videos weren't doing that much We're getting that type of viewership. Elon Musk just bought Twitter. Yeah, that one got like 18,000, but that was pretty okay from back then. 25,000, 41, 29. A lot of these are in the 20s. Like the recent one, like some of the recent ones, 62,000, 56,000, 43, 86,000 views. I'm glad this video did really well. Like the worst thing Elon has ever done. And some of the titles for these, like I can see how this goes well because the titles for these videos are just like really good too. Elon goes to war with Jews and minorities in general. Like that's like a really good title. Oh, that's a really good title. The worst thing Elon has ever done. That's a great title. Elon Musk is panicking right now. Elon fanboy meets a real journalist and crumbles. Like that's a great one. Elon Musk's dunk on disabled worker backfires instantly. Like this shit goes kind of hard sometimes. Elon Musk's past is catching up with him. Like some of these kind of cook. I can't. DEFCON X. The worst thing Elon has ever done until now. No, I think it's still the worst thing Elon has ever. I don't think Elon can really top what he did in our video about the worst thing Elon has ever done. Like the crazy thing about it is that I don't think it's hyperbole. I literally don't think it's hyperbole. Right? Like I could like I know it sounds like hyperbole. I know it sounds like clickbait. It's actually not. In my personal opinion, I don't believe it's not the worst thing Elon has ever done. And I think it's very hard for him to outdo what he did there. He just JQ signaled. That one was pretty bad. But in my opinion, it wasn't the worst thing he's ever done. Worst thing's ever done, his kids' names. Only if. I wish. I wish. It was basically turning Twitter into the pedo hotspot of the entire internet. That's what actually. He is a lol cow. That is funny. He wants to be an epic Redditor, but he turned into a lol cow. Smoking that miss bong. Why is your kid's name like geolocation data? That's really funny. Yeah, he unleashed PDF files everywhere. Yeah, that's true. That's true. How like, and how there were studies about how CSM content, child exploitation content has been left on the site for days, weeks, sometimes months after it's been flagged, and it just hasn't been taken down. It's happened like multiple times actually, and it's kind of scary. So yeah, I would personally think that's the I definitely called it the worst thing Elon had ever done. Yeah. Yeah. Because him taking over Twitter has specifically led to the harm of children through like sexual exploitation. There's been several documented instances of it, and it's very hard to do something worse than that. There's a horse video. He reinstated the guy who posted CP. Yeah, he reinstated the guy who posted CP from the worst CP creator to ever exist. Which I think is pretty bad, actually. I think it's really bad, unfortunately. Unfortunately, he decided to make that decision, and then I had to talk about the worst thing Elon has ever done. Elon's existence makes me feel so much better about myself. Yo, did you hear about how he tried to kill himself because everybody on Twitter was too mean to him? I don't condone him doing that, and he shouldn't do that, and I don't ever want to push him to do that. But I will say it's pretty crazy. In The Office, right? Yeah, how after he got clowned on after he got clowned on for coming out at the Dave Chappelle show, and then everybody laughed at him after he was like, "I'm rich, man," right? After he did all that. There's crazy stuff out there. But yeah, like after everybody clowned on him for that, and then he like constantly was getting hit on, like boom, 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 boom. Nobody likes him. Media keeps running stories about things that he actually did, and then saying that it's bad, making him upset, right? Just so much stuff. And then out of nowhere, okay, apparently they wanted to call like the police to do like a wellness check on him because they said he locked himself inside of his office for days on end and wouldn't talk to anybody. It wouldn't leave. So he said that the hate was starting to get to him. Bro was actually about to end it all after getting clowned on Twitter. Thanks for the 100 bits, Game and Run. You know how like every guy has an Oedipus complex? Are girls in a similar situation? I'm gonna be honest with you. Oedipus complex. I'll be honest with you. I forgot exactly. I've heard this word before, but I forgot exactly what it means. The complex emotion aroused in a young child, typically around the age of 4, by an unconscious sexual desire for the parent of the opposite sex and wish to exclude the parent of the same sex. What the hell? Shark, oh no. No. What is this? Freud was a motherfucker. Do we know, was Freud French? Was he French, or did he have, like, yeah, was Freud French? Does anybody know that? He was German. Does he have any family in France? He lived and worked in Berlin until Hitler came to power in Germany. She fled with his family to France. His mother and sister remained in France and subsequently immigrated to the United States. Oh, so he does have some history with France. It's starting to make a little bit of sense, I can't lie. Is this French's fault? Listen, when somebody says, okay, here's the thing. When somebody says something crazy like that and they're in Europe, there's like a high likelihood that they have a connection to France. If like a black person says something crazy in America, always ask them if they're from Atlanta. And if they say no, ask them if they have family in Atlanta and if they visit them there. Cause like the likelihood of the answer being yes is really high. And then you can know that you can disregard what they have to say. I'm sorry, listen. If some crazy bitch says something crazy and they're from Atlanta, just it's important to remember that they said that because they're from Atlanta. Atlanta, no. St. Louis, that's another bad one too. If they're insecure intel, ask them if they're from Miami. Yo, speaking of Miami, did you hear that? Wow, I feel like I haven't heard that in so long. Yo, speaking of Miami, did you hear that apparently, I don't know if this is true, so correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I heard that Destiny had his mom on stream not too long ago, and he asked her what part of Cuba they were from, and she said something, right? And then mentioned her I think either his grandfather or her grandfather's plantation. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know if it's true. Does anybody know if it's true, or is this false fake news? Right, let me see. I'm not sure if I saved it or not. I don't save a lot of stuff about Destiny these days. No, I don't think I have it. I saw the clip, but I guess that could have been edited. I just assumed it was real. It might be. I don't know. I just haven't seen the video. I saw the clip, but I didn't listen to it. I saw somebody explaining the clip, and they just said his mom said something about a family member's plantation that they lived on, and I was like, oh Lord, oh no. That's not good at all. That's not good at all. Cuba abolished slavery in the 1880s, but it is now the question as his great-grandfather had owned slaves. It's possible. Non-0% chance. But I don't know. I heard something about that. It seemed wild. I just thought I'd bring it up here because it's you know, there are a lot of Cubans in Miami. I had ancestors who owned slaves. Mods, can you snap her bones for punitive justice against being born? Thank you. Anyways. Say goodbye to your bones. Wait a second. All right. Well, there we go. Dutch far-right takeovers, terrifying shop for Europe. Derek Chauvin stabbed in jail. You really do hate to see it. All right, boom. Very quick bone. It's a painless bone snapping. Honestly, by the time your bones are snapped, you won't even realize. You won't even realize that it happened. You just won't be able to move your arm. It's very humane. The bone snapping machine has a very human design. It's very human. So just hop right in. All right, and take your punishment. The bone be gone. Yeah, dude, this new Argentinian president is crazy. It's really Ancapistan. Argentina's really gonna be Ancapistan. It's so crazy. It probably won't. It probably won't. The real thing is that he has like no support in Congress, and the likelihood of him being able to pass almost anything is really low. But there's some things that he can do as the president, and he's going to try to make a move towards Ancapistan as soon as possible. Bad empanada molding. I don't know. He may like that guy. Who knows? He is Javier Milei. He is pro freedom, and Bad empanada is known for eating indigenous indigenous Argentinian children right out of the nursery, or at least some people have said. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard people say stuff like that before, and I think that you should look into it before you believe it. But I will say that I've heard some stuff, and I've been given some information to prove that that might be true. But once again, it's inconclusive. Anyways. He's gonna eat like a king. Yeah. If the stories about him eating Argentinian children are true, then he will eat like a king under Milei. You're right. But is this an anti-Mike from PA stream? Bro, it always has been. What are you talking about? Mad empanada. Hungry empanada. He feasts in the midnight. I feel like a vampire touching holy water. Oh, I really do feel like a vampire touching holy water. Love you, girl. Is this ENA music? Nah, this is Meta Room God Race. Temptation Stairway OST. I don't know what that is. Bad empanada under Milei. Waiter. Another newborn, please. One more newborn, Mr. Waiter. It's crazy. It's crazy. But once again, we don't know if that's true. It's like veal, but less ethical. More sous vide fetus, please. Waiter. Non 0% chance. But once it's not, I wouldn't say there's like a high chance, but there's a non 0% chance. That's the real big problem about it. Is a better image? Oh my gosh. Hungry. Listen, making videos really does stir up a big appetite, I will say. I want to read a little bit of this article from Left Wing Right Watch because we don't have too much more time left. It's been 4 hours. We're going to be doing a bigger stream tomorrow. We do more research stuff. Hungry. But I wanted to take a look at this super quick while we have the time, because it's a really long article. But remember how we wanted to talk about that crazy mega church called Awaken? right wing, Left Coast Right Watch has a extensive article about them that got released not too long ago. What time tomorrow? My notifications have been whack. You're back home at 4, right, baby? At 10. I want to try to start streaming at 2, and then like trying to start streaming at 2 p.m. and then I'm probably going to stop streaming around 3:30, 3:40, and then we're going to stream again around like 4:30. That's the plan at the moment, and then stream some more. What time zone you in? Eastern, my duder. San Diego, that's where I live. Yo, doxed. Everybody write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Anyways, God is raising up the Charlie Kirks and Candace Owens and the Dave Harris Jr.'s and Steve Bannon's. He's raising up these voices. Preacher Jurgen Matthias. What the hell is his name? What? Who is this guy?
Jurgen Mathesius.
Jorgen Mathesius. This sounds like the type of name that a fucking Redditor white nationalist Aryan blood harmony guy would make for his own self. What the fuck is that? Jurgen Mike Hawk, yeah. Jorgen von Strangle. Fake ass name. You think that's his preacher name? You know how like, you know how some girls have like a stripper name or like a porn name? That's his just that's his right-wing combat preacher name. He was standing on a stage of the Awakened Church San Marcos campus main auditorium. The massive screen behind him read Mortal Kombat. The large they're playing games. The large predominantly white congregation hung on his every word while regularly raising their hands in the air. Amen. Speak on it. Come on. Can be heard from the audience throughout the nearly 45-minute performance. He continued, "What are we doing in Boise, Idaho? We're going to change the script over Boise, Idaho. What are we doing in Salt Lake City? We're changing the script over that city. What that city, its religion is dead. No life. We're going to bring life and more. We're going to bring life and live more abundantly." John 10:10. What are we doing in San Diego? What are we doing with people? I don't like this. Do not say Bussy, Idaho. Scientific revolution ass name. Welcome to Jorgen's world, the Awakened Church, formerly C3 San Diego. Awaken was born in early 2020 as Jorgen preaching became more radical. The franchise has 6 locations, 5 in San Diego County. Oh my gosh. Balboa, Bressi Ranch, El Cañon, East Lake, and San Marcos, and one in Salt Lake City, Utah. Jorgen plans to open 3 more locations in the next 6 months. Awaken has become a hotbed for San Diego's Christo-fascist scene. It's a regular stop for some of America's biggest right-wing mouthpieces, including Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Sean Freach, and Clay Clark's Reawaken America tour, featuring Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, and Eric Trump. The church is also in bed with Charlie Kirk and TPUSA Faith. They recently launched a partnership headed up by Awaken's very own Louis Ariandel, who was at TPUSA's America's Fest last December in Arizona. Their preoccupation with politics and culture has been building since their rebrand in January 2020. Their culture war push has seen founders, pastors, and congregants involved in actions in San Diego City Council meetings, school boards, anti-LGBTQ protests, and at the January 6th Capitol riot. Yo, they're really everywhere, aren't they? They got their hands in everything, don't they? Some of those areas are heavily populated. Well, yeah, it's San Diego County, right? It's huge. 5 San Diego getting bodied. I mean, they collect money like a church, I would imagine. So that means that they're probably completely loaded. Awaken squarely follows the playbook of other mega church chains like Hillsong and Silksong. Release date when? And C3 with their flashy social media tailored presence. They target Christian hipsters, young families, and youth to join the fold and engage in their programs. These young people are then encouraged to seek out others to join the church. Okay, definitely very interesting type of mentality that they have there. Awaken Centers itself as a leader in the new wave of evangelical churches involved in the spiritual war driven by the likes of Flynn and Kirk. Awaken's goal, although they don't say this directly, is to have Christianity dominate the US and eventually the world. Pastors Jorgen and Lena Matthias. What the fuck are these names? Jorgen and Lena Matthias oversee the entirety of Awaken Church. They moved from Australia in July 2005 to plant a church in San Diego under the direction of the C3 founder, Phil Pringle. What are these names? These aren't fake. These aren't real names. These are fake people, right? His name is Phil Pringle. How am I supposed to take this guy seriously, dude? What the hell? And with the alliteration too, what the fuck am I talking? White people names. All right, ain't no way, ain't no fuck. Foreigners think that Bob's Burgers is about a guy named Bob Burger. So they're basically Nazis. They're more religious than Nazis, but I think it's close to where the differences stop. But I don't know a lot of their, personal ideals, so. Here, planting in the process where a new church is founded with the intent to establish local congregation. Sorry. With the intent to establish a new local congregation. According to his wife, Lena's social media, she and Jorgen met when Jorgen was a youth minister at her church in Sydney, Australia, 16, and Jorgen was 23. What? Oh yeah, that's a traditional young wife right there. Okay. They were engaged a year later at 17 and 24. They had their first child at 19 and 26. Okay. I don't like that. But it's all coming together. It is all making sense. Bless you, baby. He married a teenager. That is true. He started messing with this girl when she was 16, bro. Okay.
Because you want to be a priest. I'm like, Dad, I don't want to be a priest. I'm going to marry Leanne. I'm not going to be a priest. I'm going to be a... He didn't understand. But true to his word, not 1 cent. It was a pivotal time in my life. I was 22, leaving to go to Bible college. Because you want to be...
Oh my gosh, 22? Yeah, that would mean that he met her when she was 15. Wamp, wamp.
A priest. I'm like, Dad, I don't want to be a priest. I'm going to marry Leanne.
He wants to marry a 15-year-old. Yeah. Yeah, babe, what do you think about the age gap? 15-year-old girl, 22-year-old man. No? That's bad. You don't like that one? She's not a fan. She's not a fan. Is it really that hard to find people your age who want to date you? According to Jorgen's words, he was 22. Jorgen was born in Germany in 1967 to non-religious parents. 1969, the family moved to Australia, settled permanently. Didn't grow up in the church. Let me skip this a little bit. 18 religious part. Christ on the beach. Wait, what? He had an encounter with Christ on the beach in Sydney. As Jorgen tells it, he met a couple that took him under their wing and invited Jorgen to live with them. The couple would talk to him daily about the Bible, life, and the end of times. Okay. Wait, he's just he just started living with some random people that just picked him up off the beach? Okay. Converted on the beach. All right. After Jorgen attended Sydney Hillsong College, he moved to New Zealand as part of the Hillsong plant. Leanne joined him after they were married, and Jorgen went to serve for 7 years as a youth pastor in South City Christian Church, Auckland. In 1998, Jorgen and Leanne felt a strong call from God to return to Australia in 2001 and were appointed as pastors of C3 Church, Oxford Falls, Sydney. And in 2005, Jorgen and Leanne moved to San Diego. In 2014, Phil Pringle appointed both Jorgen and Leanne to oversee C3 America. That saw them involved in growing the national footprint of the megachurch brand while continuing to grow the presence locally in San Diego. According to October 2014 article by C3 Church Watch, an organization that monitors churches that fall under the C3 banner, Jorgen is a C3 church overseer. It's hard to pinpoint the day that Jorgen went his own way from C3, but he was no longer part of that role in 2020. Jorgen's preaching became more radical as the 2020 election drew near. Jorgen's love for Trump and all things MAGA was getting more intense. This made some members of C3, past and present, raise concern to C3 leadership. There was no public statement by either party regarding this feedback, but in January 2020, Awaken was launched and C3 San Diego was no more. However, as we see it, Jorgen and Awaken are still running the mega church's playbook. Oh, wow. Is his name Yorkmeister? His name on on Instagram is Jorgmeister. Okay. Jorgenheimer. It's the Jorgenator. Ah, what a cool guy. Mateus praising his mentors Phil Pringle left, and Brian Houston, right? Okay. Yes, this is from Jorgmeister again. Him talking about C3. More like Dorkmeister. You really got his ass. You really cooked him. On his Instagram, Jorgen called C3 Phil Pringle and Hillsong's Brian Houston his mentors. Both men and their mega churches are riddled with controversy. According to their website, C3 is a global family of 500 churches. It was founded in 1980 when Phil and his wife Chris Pringle okay, moved to Sydney, Australia from Christchurch, New Zealand. Oh no. Following the voice of God and fueled by prayer, they planned the first Christian city church, the C3 website reads. From there, the church's franchise spread to 500 locations in 64 countries on six continents. Hope City, a C3 church in the UK, engaged in homophobic discrimination openly. Hope City's leader, Pastor Dave Gilpin, engaged in pray the gay away style preaching in the church. The church also discriminated against women in their government-funded charity. Said charity, called City Hearts, is intended to support, house, and console women who experience trafficking and abuse. Wait, what? What did he say? Wait. Said charity called City Hearts is intended to support. Wait. From the chatty. Oh, I can't read. The church also discriminated against women in their government-funded charity. This charity, said charity, called City Hearts, is intended to support housing and counseling to women who experience trafficking and abuse. Okay, nice one. Normal misogyny. Cool stuff. Dozens of women spoke out about untrained staff unfit for the level of care they needed, as well as one individual who was told she had a devil in her, that she had to change that when the charity discovered she was in a same-sex relationship. Okay. The City Harvest Church in Singapore under C3 Global misappropriated $50 million in church funds. Church founder and pastor Kong Hee, with the help of 5 key church leaders, were found to have invested $24 million in sham bonds that helped bankroll Hee's wife, Ho Yao Sun, Ho Yao Sun's pop music career. Okay, wait, that's really funny. Wait, they have such heaters here. It's the usual conservative tomfoolery, like stealing money to go to something stupid. They stole $24 million to boost his wife's shitty pop career. Okay, wait a second. Wait, this is really good. Found guilty of misusing $50 million in church funds and had their jail terms cut on April 7th after the High Court reduced their criminal breach of trust charge to the less serious one on appeal. Cringe. Cringe. That's crazy. But I want to find something on this. Pastor Kong Hee, his wife Ho Yao Sun. Ho Yao Sun. I have to find something about this. Oh wait, there's something on her. Oh damn, she looks. Oh, this is crazy. Look at her. Wait a second. Look at her. Oh man. Look, that's her with the side. Oh dude. Oh yeah, they're criminals, all right. I mean, look at them. If there was like a Chinese Bond, if there's like a Chinese James Bond, like these guys would be a part of his rogues gallery. She looks like a villain, don't she? That's crazy. Anyways, is this her singing?
Jesus, beautiful Savior, God of all majesty, reason, Lamb of God, holy and righteous.
Oh, it's about Jesus. Well, I mean, this is, once again, remember, she's a church leader. She's a pastor. Jesus told me to take all your money. Jesus, give your coins to me. Sake Tanuki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Comment Sake W. That is so true. And before the pastor named Holy Fook. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Oh, stop it. You know that guy perished, okay? He perished with his fellow pilots and mates, Wee Too Low and Sum Ting Wong as well. You can't forget Bang Ting Ao as well. Those are some of my favorite dudes. You gotta calm down. Chill. I can't breathe when you're not there. Your cash here, I need it. I can't sleep when you're not there. Shut up. No, it's really good. Stop. I can't breathe. It's a nightmare. This is a hard one. It's so good. You can't tell me it's not good. Haters, they're huge haters. Why do they hate so bad, dude? You ever think about that? Think about how all they do is hate. They wake up and they're like, oh, I wonder how I can hate today. I wonder if I could have, I wonder if I can inject more hatred into the world today. That's literally what they think when they wake up. It's so crazy.
This is a tough one. I can't breathe when you're not there.
A nightmare. You're not there. Bring your wallet here. Jesus said it there. Your money is important to me. The church needs it, you see. My pop career is one you should fear as well as God. I'm doing my job. Anyways, this is a really hard one.
This is a tough one. I can't breathe when you're not there.
The screams at the end make it. So Ren, thanks for the $5. Thank you so much. Jesus said I have to give this to you. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I heard that too. God did say that I did deserve your $5 donation. Thank you. This shit slaps. So have you guys seen the edit? Like somebody made, you know how H3, those guys, they have a they were playing this like a whole bunch, and they had a competition to see if people can edit the song to make it an even bigger banger than it already is. Because I will say it's already pretty good. It's already fantastic. I mean, like these type of vocals is not something that you hear very often.
It's a tough one. I can't breathe when you're not there.
It really makes it. But like, then they came out with like a one that actually sounded like a mid 2000s Disney teen coming of age song. It was wild. Dream more like nightmare. It's true. I can't dream. It's a nightmare. A nightmare. It's all about the Jersey Lawman remix. There was another remix that went crazy. Did you see the one that Tyler One was listening to? So Tyler One found the song and he started to bump it on stream while he was playing League of Legends. He found one of the songs that like a H3 community member made, and he was bumping it on live on. Not only that, he put it on repeat. Cause he was like, this shit goes so hard. I need to hear it more. It's this one. My girlfriend says she doesn't like it, but listen, Tyler One likes it. He loves it actually. I can't lie, it goes kind of crazy. I can't lie. And remember, this is still a Dream remix. I bet he's good. Of course he's good. He's great.
I can't sleep when you're not there. I think about you all the time. You're always in my hair, my head. I said it wrong again. I'm stuck inside a dream, but I don't want it to end. I'm watching, waiting. You're in my dreams. I'll take your hand
tonight.
But I know that it's all in my head. Oh, Olivia, let's start again. Oh, Olivia, let's start again. I can't breathe when you're not there. I can't breathe when you're
It's so good.
not there. I can't sleep, it's a nightmare. Let's take
Anyways, just if you wanted to remember what part of the dream song that was, there you go. I can't sleep, it's a nightmare. Oh, this is so much worse. What do you mean better? It goes so hard. These vocals are amazing. I can't sleep when you're not there. Stuck all in my hair, my head. I said it wrong again. I'm stuck inside a dream and I don't want it to end. Like, it's so good. It's that line goes so hard. You can't tell me that doesn't go hard. Like, come on, Pookie. Come on, Pookie. Lock in. I don't ask you all to lock in with everything I do. I'm asking you to lock in with this one, Pookie. Okay? I can't sleep when you're not there. I think about you all the time. You're always in my hair, my head. I said it wrong again. Like, come on. Come on. Lock in, Pookie. Come on. Just this once. Dope song though. Thank you. I'm glad you get it. I'm glad we have some people locking in here. Have you talked about Gumball kicking Dream's ass? Did he actually beat him? Did that like Gumball did that Gumball voice actor actually beat him? I thought he just called him the F word. Shark, sing to your girl. I do sing to you sometimes, right, babe? I sing to her. Actually, I sing to her. I sung to her a lot when we were on the road to go to the we were on the road to go to the zoo. Thank you, babe. We were on the way to the zoo. I was singing in the car. I cut it from the video that I put out because I didn't want to get copyright strike. But in the video that she made, like the home video version of it, she left all like a lot of my singing parts in that you recorded. And not only did she do that, but she also plays it back sometimes. So sometimes she's bored and then she's like, I want to hear your voice again, even though I'm sitting right next to her, and then plays me singing Brockhampton in the car. It's cute. That's what the point of the mask is. He beat him. He actually beat him. I thought he just called him the F word. He actually beat him. Is that true? He got out of the car and started beating him and he won. That beard sounds crunchy. Oh, you could hear that? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know you could hear me scritchy scratch. Who said that? That beard sounds crunchy. You like my beard hair, right?
I do.
She actually likes my beard hair a lot. It's crunchy. Man, she says it feels really nice. Man ASMR. Okay, well. Why'd you remind me about Brockhampton? It was just something that came on it's something that came on in the car. I forget which Brock. Do you remember what Brockhampton song it was? I think about you all the time. You're always in my hair, my head. I said it wrong again. I'm stuck inside a dream and I don't want it to end. It was Tanya. Big eye monster. Yeah, I played Tanya from Brockhampton for the first time for her when we went to the Zoom, and you liked it. Yeah, she was like, this is a good music. Yeah, this is good music. Please stop singing that. It's so good. Pookie, lock in. I'm begging you to lock in. Lock in, please. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Absolutely not. I'm please. Come on, come on. Everybody does have to lock in on this one. I don't. Who is Brockhampton? They're like a boy band who does singing and rapping. My life ain't been the same since my girl left, since my dog died. I keep drinking and drugging and still can't get ahead. I'm at a loss for words. My life seems destined to fall apart when I'm depressed. You know, that type of stuff. I thought they were a boy band. Sure. Yeah. They're dead now. I'm joking. They're not dead. At least one's gay, but they're not dead. At least one is gay. I think there's a couple homosexual ones. That's cool. She likes gay people, so. Anyways. Oh, no, I wanted to see more if I could find her singing. Cause she had like a pop career. She's on Spotify? Ho Yao Sun is on Spotify? Wait a second. Wait, YouTube Music, because I won't have to open up anything. I can't sleep when you're not there. I'm so always in my head. I said it wrong again. I can sound a dream and I don't want it to end. What's this? Your shoulder. Okay.
你还是习惯压抑，静静地做着自己。忽然下起的雨，也没让你离去。我们都骗不过自己，我们都太过自信。
I'm gonna be completely honest with you, is that if you spend $50 million and you don't make a song better, or at least if you don't make a song on par with or better than Plastic Love, then you belong in jail, honestly, because that's just like a waste of time and money for everyone. Like, come on. Wait, she's Chinese? Singaporean, but she speaks Chinese, right? Yeah, they stole 50 million. Remember, if you're like, oh, that's like an okay song, remember they stole $50 million for her to make this type of music. What is this? What did you send me? Guys, should we play a little bit of Plastic Love? What do you think? No! We're on YouTube now. Wait a second, we can't play Plastic Love anymore. Oh my gosh. This isn't Twitch where I could just play Plastic Love as much as I want. I'll get demonetized. Yeah, it's worth it. Nothing I do is performative.
Thing I do is performative.
Anyways, The money, stop it. I don't even think we really make any money on the streams. Not too many. That's gonna rip your stream, Shark. It might. It might. It makes me really sad. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but if you weren't like a Twitch listener, we used to play Plastic Love all the time. We used to play Plastic Love constantly. Plastic Love was like the song. I know it's plastic love. I'm just playing games. I know there's more to come. It was so good. Ugh. It was so good. I can't stand Twitch. Okay, but like we could play Plastic Love without getting obliterated. Can we still play Black Lover? I think we could still play Black Lover. I think Black Lover is still on the menu. No such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, Islamophobism, deadbeat dadism, white supremacism, and all the other isms. Amazing. I remember that song. It's a great song. Yeah, the like give and take, the the list of pros and cons when it comes to Twitch is more music, less slurs. But on YouTube, it's more slurs, less music, and less emotes. So I mean, it's honestly like it's a give and take. You can rewind. The video player is better, especially on mobile. Good golly, Miss Molly is the video player giga ass on Twitch. Like it blows my mind. And if Twitch enabled a video player similar to YouTube, I really think that they'd be able to compete with YouTube a lot more. Like a lot more. Anyways, very real. Thank you, Marjorie. Very cool. Anyways, C3 Pastor, Nicholas Demetrius. These aren't real names. Nicholas Demetrius? What these aren't real names? These can't be real names. In North Carolina, along with 5 other business partners, were convicted in a conspiracy to defraud the United States government through a complicated financial scheme involving fraudulent loans and failing building endeavors. Phil Pringle, you're really telling me that Phil Pringle, Nicholas Demetrius, and Nicholas Demetrius and Ho Yao Sun, these are real people you're telling me? And Jorgen Matthias, who calls himself Jorgmeister, these are real people, really? Mr. We have work to do, Mr. Pringle. In God's name, Mr. Pringle. This is just craziness. Phil Pringle is the co-founder and leader, is the founder and leader of C3 Church Global, formerly City Church International. Under his reign, C3 extorted their pastorship by pressuring excessive tithing. Yep, sounds about right. And pay for miracles scheme that saw pastors pretend to heal health issues for money. Oh my gosh, hell is where they're going. That's crazy. Parishioners said they were told to attend exorcisms to remove the devil from inside of them. In some cases, they were told to come off of mental health medications. C3, who also engaged in homophobic abuse, in one instance, a parishioner alleged that they were subjected to an exorcism to end their same-sex relationship. A C3 pastor later called the parishioner's partner to accuse them of being of the devil. The Cult Education Institute's even ran the article in 2019 about how C3 brainwashed parishioners into donating thousands of dollars. Oh no! One of these guys is gonna get goddamn blown away with the contraption, dude. Holy shit, one of oh no, one of these guys is gonna get fucking oh no. It's gonna be like Japan all over again, man. It's time for the thingamajig, bro. They're gonna get Shinzo Abe. You can't do this stuff. You should have learned from Abe, dude. They're gonna get blown away with the contraption. Oh, he's gonna ruin somebody's whole life by people donating their entire life savings to it. And it's gonna be the end of it all. Go make millions and give it to the house of God. Amen. Phil Pringle preached at one conference. Recorded and published online in another clip, the then leader of C3. Come on. Wait. Americus? His name is Americus Jorgen Matthias? Wait, how do I pronounce this last name again? Mathesius, sorry. Americus Jorgen Mathesius. Come on, bro. AI the chat GPT name. RPG creator name. Certified cowboy. Americus Jorgen Mathesius. Dinosaur ass name. All right. Is also captured giving a hard sell to parishioners. The Cult Education Institute names Jorgen in its report on ex-members, some of whom state churchgoers are brainwashed into donating large sums. God is brilliant with leaders. God is the most perfect accountant. He knows everything you give, and he makes sure it comes back to you with interest, Jorgen said. Jorgen's other mentor is a founding pastor and the founding president of Hillsong, Brian Houston. These names! I'm so sick of these people. I'm so sick of these people and their shitty names, dude. This can't keep going on, right? Brian Houston, Americus Jorgen Mathesius. This guy is so fucked. Following a years-long investigation, Houston was charged with concealing his late father, Frank's child PDF abuse. Yeah, that's bad. The trial was underway in Sydney, Australia, and closing arguments are expected in June. Okay, wait. We gotta find this guy. Brian Houston. There has to be an update on the story. You think there's an update on the story? Olivia, let's start again. Olivia, let's start again. It's a really good song. It actually goes really hard. Goes really hard. Anyways, sexual abuse by Frank Houston. Stepped down on his role as senior pastor of Sydney Church Life Center. Houston was appointed to the position. Houston said Frank appeared rushed in his hand, handing him the church. Revelations of Frank's child sexual abuse became known. 15 years later, in 2014, Houston spoke on hearings of the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual. That's a long ass name. It's very fucking bad. I don't know. I think it's really good, actually. The opposite of bad, honestly. It's really, really good. Saying that received an allegation in 1999 his father had abused a small Australian boy. He didn't go to the police. Royal Commission censured Houston for his failure to report the abuse allegations his father against his father and for his failure to avoid a clear conflict of interest investigating his own father while serving as the president of the Assemblies of God in Australia. The Assemblies of God? Is that what they call themselves? I can't lie. It's a pretty cool name. But like, it's a little pompous, don't you think? Like, hello, I'm the president of the Assemblies of God. Like, what the hell? I am the knight in the court of the Lord. Jesus fighters assemble. Generic ass church name. Okay, but it's like a pretty cool name. I feel like if this shit was in like an anime or something, and there was your favorite character in the series went to a fucking and your favorite character in the series went to like a fucking the place, like a big table, and it's called the Assemblies of God. I feel like it would go pretty crazy. Anyone here assembling for God? Ooh, me. On the 5th of August 2021, NSW police issued a warrant for Houston blah blah blah. Houston stood trial at Downing Center local court and pleaded not guilty. In 2023, he was found not guilty. The magistrate deemed Houston had a reasonable excuse for not reporting his father, as Houston believed the victim did not want allegations to be reported to the police. That's such a good, what the hell? That's such a cop-out. So if you know that somebody has been like abusing a child, but then you go, well, I just like don't think that the child would want anybody to know that they're being abused. And they just go, true and real. True and real. Like, I know it's something that definitely should happen. I know it's something that like you should absolutely have excuses for this, but like, man, people just having the ability to go, you know what? I just don't think anybody wanted them to know about being abused. And then just getting away with it is crazy. All fun and games for making fun of church, then they snap into reality. PDFs. The PDF file. Really do hate to see it. All right. Jorgen recently talked about serial pedophile Frank Houston on their podcast, referring to Frank as a man of God. Oh, Lord. Good golly, Miss Molly.
And then this man said to me, he just grabbed me just in a hallway in between lectures, great man of God, and he grabbed me, put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, son, I got a word for you. I said, what is it? He said, if you pray in tongues 20 minutes a day, you'll change the world. And I'm like, surely it can't be that simple. Surely it can't be all about fundamentals and basics. And I remember getting home thinking, there's no, but he was a man of God. The man was Brian Houston's father. He was the district superintendent of the Assemblies of God, built at that time the most powerful church in Australia. And he said, if you pray in tongues, and he saw the most extraordinary miracles. And the Holy Spirit said, what have you got to lose?
What do you got to lose? A child's innocence, apparently. Okay. No, Houston stepped down from Hillsong earlier this year amid sexual abuse scandals after behaving inappropriately towards 2 women. Houston is currently trying to rehabilitate his name. On the day of the trial where he was announced, on the day of the trial dates were announced, he released a video statement saying that he will fight the charges while denying the accusations of inappropriate behavior. Well, man, and we're like a third of the way through this. There's so much stuff. Okay. Well, there's a lot of stuff. And I guess we'll get to that next stream. Well, next stream or like a stream after that. We will get to it. But yeah, okay. Fun stream. Thank you everybody for watching. It's been great. That's all I got for tonight. We're gonna be back with like normal seggies and stuff like that here soon. I just need to get my bearings again with all this type of stuff. And I think we'll be good. You'll be seeing more consistent and better uploads coming here in the future. I would like to remake the channel a little bit, do a couple different things, and I feel like there's gonna be some great stuff happening here. I'm really happy about this. It's gonna be sick. Oh yeah. It's a hell of a note to end on. Yeah, I mean, that's just who these people are, right? Here, we'll end on this note. Kyle Rittenhouse is now broke. All the money that he gained through all of his weird memes, he's now broke, okay? And also Derek Chauvin, there's no updates on his condition, and he might actually be dead. So there you go. There you go. How about that? Those are two different ending notes. I'm not gonna say better or worse, but they're different. They're different. In court, they argue that he lost a lot of his money. And it's hard for him to work because a lot of people don't want him to work for them because they're scared he might kill somebody again. But hey, that's just how it is, right? Thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you. It's been a fun and epic stream like always, and I hope to see you back again soon and consistently on another meme stream. Have a good one. Pookies.